Yo, what is up, anime heads? Thank you, every single last one of you guys, for being here. I appreciate you. Welcome to Anime Nights episode 27. We got an action-packed show for you guys tonight. We got a lot of topics, okay? Topics, that's a general, all right? We always going to hit a lot of different anime topics related to not only the industry, but also to manga, to what's coming up next. But even bigger is we have the Anime Nights Awards, all right? Well, not our awards. Crunchyroll's Anime Awards is tonight. And that means that we are going to have a very, very, very long stream. This stream is going to go probably 6+ hours. So I hope you guys are ready, man. You're going to see our faces for 6 hours. If you're hanging out with us this long, we just did a long stream. I did a stream anyway on my channel with the Gina Carano Ronda Rousey fight that went well over 6 hours. This is probably going to go just as long, but we'll have topics. We'll talk about some things going on in the world of anime, obviously. But the Anime Nights Awards don't actually kick off, or I should say the Crunchyroll Awards don't kick off until 1 a.m. my time, okay, which is about little less than 4 hours from now. So that's basically what's going on tonight. All right. Some guys will be jumping in and then dropping off, and that's fine. You guys can do the absolute same. If you want to come back and watch it on the replay later, feel free. Okay. But the Crunchyroll Anime Awards are tonight. All right. Or they're going up. They're in Japan, which is the reason why it's not happening at a reasonable hour. It's happening at 1 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4 a.m. Eastern. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, Brandon, the anime guy, is like, holy cow. I don't know if he'll be able to make it as long, but we will be here. All right. Me and Name. All right. Look, I got my here it is, right? I got my 5-hour energy. I got my 5-hour energy just in case I need to make it past the deadline. All right. That is ready to go. All right. Hail to the chat. Thank you very much. Let's bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. We are going to have a blast tonight. I'm looking forward to this, man. 6 hours of anime talk. Man, this is it's a dream for me. All right. I love anime, and this is an absolute dream. So I'm looking forward to this. Shout out to Brandon, the anime guy.
What up, DA? How in the hell are you doing, man?
Man, I am so good. All right. This is going to be a fun stream, man.
Yes.
We got a lot of topics. Even if you can't make it late, I know you probably going to dip out early, and that's cool. No problems there, man.
Yeah, I can only go for about 2 hours, and then I got to get my 7 so I can get up in the morning and do my show. But yeah, I don't know why Crunchyroll is doing the awards in Japan, considering that they don't exist in Japan. I don't get it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? It is weird when you sit back and think about it. Like, everybody is going to be watching this from some other country, probably not Japan. But man, that's what Crunchyroll chooses to do, and that's fine. All right. But yeah, we will be here, all right, along with this guy, Name.
Yo.
Hanging out. Yeah, Name and me will be here all 6 hours. Name, are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready for DA. If you ever need to take a break, you can just pop on some T-bait and knock yourself out. I'll take over the stream.
I'm not a T-bait fan. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. But that's fine, Name. Keep trolling. I don't have a problem with it, man. Do you have your 5-hour energy drink? That's the question.
I got some like Hong Kong milk tea, bro. That's like that's the Asian equivalent. So
a McCafe drink then. All sugar, all filler, nothing good at all.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, look, when you're that age, look, back in the day, that would have been good for me. Nowadays, not so much. All right.
Bro, just thinking about it gives me diabetes.
I'm already feeling it, bro. I'm not built like I was in like 8th grade, bro. If I wasn't doing this for the love of anime, I would be passed out, bro.
Excuse me. All right, and then we have a new addition to the panel. All right, a new what do they always say on Super Smash Brothers? A new challenger has appeared, and it is my man MMA Chris King Jr.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing tonight? Or
What
more,
up?
wherever you guys are at.
Yo, I met MMA Crease King at Anime Matsuri in Houston, Texas. Big time anime fan, so he's going to lend a lot to the panel and to the chat. Crease, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it, man. Just so you get an introduction to everybody, because everybody knows everybody. Give us your background when it comes to anime. What's your favorite anime? How long you been watching? You know, that sort of thing, man. What do you? He's reaching to the wall. All right, he's reaching back. What do you got there, sir? Let's bring it out.
You already know Yu Yu Hakusho DA. Like, it's my favorite anime of all time. Favorite anime of all time. Like Yu Yu Hakusho. Like, I always said like this. Like, of course, I love Dragon Ball Z, Pokemon. Honestly, like. What kind of got me into anime was actually Sailor Moon. So, like, you know, I saw that first, and I was saying, like, you know, hey, this is not bad. But, like, really what made me a true anime fan was the big four right here: Yusuke, Hiei, Kuwabara, Kurama on Adult Swim, Yu Yu Hakusho, man. Like, I think it's the best anime of all time. Like, perfect story. Has the best shonen battle tournament of all time, in my opinion.
Dark tournament, man.
Dark tournament. So, you know, I love this. I love this series, man. I watch it every single year, every October, dude. Like, because it's like spooky season. So, you know, but yeah, that's how I got.
Very nice.
You know,
I
that's
like
funny,
the Red
man.
Ribbon Army hat too. And since the last time we talked,
there we go.
Look at that. Yep. Look at that. Yeah.
And the second part.
Nice. All 112 episodes, man.
Yep. All 112. And
speaking
of the Red Ribbon Army,
do you got the OVAs?
Look at that.
Season 1. I don't have the OVAs. Just that, but I've got.
Hold on, you got the Dragon Balls ones right there.
I've got all 5 Dragon Ball.
Yeah,
look, I got a challenge up here, man. Who got what, man? Hey,
yeah, these are the few that I actually do have in complete form.
So, like, I got all 5 of them, but like, I got them all signed by all the voice actors, like Sean Schimmel, like Chris Sabbath, and all of them. Like, you know, so
nice. See, that's the one thing that I won't have the ability to do is go to the cons and ask people to sign. I don't live anywhere near a place, and I refuse to fly. I will not fly.
I feel that.
You will not catch me flying ever.
I feel that.
Yeah,
that's what's up, man.
Hey, guys. This is what it's all about, man. Community, man. We got 2 dudes here trading off on their on their.
And I'm actually close to having all of the Dragon Ball Omnibus. I've got the first 18 volumes, so I have all of Dragon Ball.
Oh, nice.
So I can't say I've got that, but I got to finish the set so it'll finish up Dragon Ball 2, or was mistaken as Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I got like the Dragon Ball Z set right here on Blu-ray up there where the Yu Yu
that's
Hakusho
next.
is.
That'll be next for me to get, but I got to finish up Dragon Ball. I'm just in the middle of the King Piccolo arc, and I got to see. I got to see
that's
his
the best
ass
arc
get
right
whooped.
there. That's the best arc right there, arguably. Like the season 3 where like Goku faces Tien in the tournament, all the way to King Piccolo arc, and then the final tournament. That's where like it just starts to feel like it's getting closer to the Dragon Ball Z type of fighting or whatever. So, you know,
I absolutely love it. It's good stuff.
DA, I also got Hunter x Hunter up here. Like, I know you're a big fan of that.
Oh my gosh. Hunter is my man. That was kind of like my re-entry into anime when my kids say, "Hey, if you watch this show, Hunter, I was like, "What?" I absolutely adore that. That's why you got the Gon and the Killua back here over my shoulder. Yeah. Brilliant, man. Love Hunter. Look, we got another member of the channel hanging out in the back. We got Stacey Gardner.
Stacey.
What's up, Stacey? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Doing good, Crease King.
Stacey, man, was you geeking out when they was just trading? Would you loving that when Stacey's like, or I mean, Crease is like, yeah, I got this, and then Brandon said, well, I got this, and it's like, well, I got this, and it's like, bruh, man, what is happening here?
I also got I got all the Gundam Wing stuff on Blu-ray, so you know I love Gundam Wing right here, so it's a little shiny right there. But yeah, guys, I got my Gundam Wing stuff like right
You gonna
there.
be named
Gundam's
best friend
always good in
tonight,
my
man,
book.
because y'all can
Bro,
chop it up.
DAD brought him in so he could check me. He checks and balances around here.
That is one thing that I wish that we could actually collect officially is One Piece. That trying to get a hold of some of the
I'm not doing
earlier
it.
physical media for that is very difficult.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, see, that's the problem.
I'm out.
At Walmart, they actually do have the first 2 collections, so basically the whole East Blue remastered. But then the next set they have is like episode 700 or something like that. Trying to get anything pre-episode 400 is extremely difficult and not cheap to do legally.
I'm just you know Crunchyroll because they always do this and I hate them for Crunchyroll and Funimation, they're the same thing. They're the same thing. Like they always used to do this every year. You know what I'm talking about, Brandon.
Yep.
They'll give you a new Dragon Ball Z set almost every 2 to 3 years. Like they knew what they was doing. It was evil, but it was smart though at the same time. Like I'm not even mad at it. Capitalism.
I wish that they would release the actual remasters that Netflix has. Netflix has the full redo of the first 300 episodes in widescreen and HD, either HD scanned or upscaled, and it's great.
Yeah, the Dragon Box transfers that everybody wants, but like they refuse to do it and everything because like if they know if they was to do it, that will be the final set people will ever get. So like that's why they just keep on saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do this for every single the 30th plus anniversary." Yeah, it's the same thing that you got on the Blu-ray disc that we did like quite a little bit back.
Yeah, they assholes when it goes to the physical. Although I do have to say, I do have my duck. So I do have my duck going here. Got Mr. Karu, so got to pull out Karu every once in a while.
Hey, look, everybody, thank you very much for being here. We got 36 folks. Oh, wait, let me just say this real quick. 36 folks in the chat. Smash the like button. That helps more people get in here and rock it out with us. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Stacey.
To answer your question, DA, before they started doing their little geek out again, I was having a good week up until basically almost an hour ago.
What happened?
What happened?
I was leaving work and I was like, okay, I'm about to go home, chill for a bit, hop on anime nights, and as soon as I get home, I'm like, I'm patting my right pocket, and I'm like, weird, my right leg feels a little light, so I'm like, where's my phone? I ended up having to drive 15 minutes back to work to get it and then get back here. Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, that sucks.
That's the worst, man. Isn't it crazy
the
how
way I feel right now,
a device is suddenly like we forget it. We got to stop everything and go back to get some. If you left your wallet, man, it's like there's times where I've left my wallet and I'm like, yeah, I'll get it from the friend tomorrow. If I left my wallet over somebody's house, I'll get it tomorrow. My phone, no, I got to get
phone is your lifeline, man. Like it has everything. It's like
it got
everything. Does now.
Yeah.
It's like,
authenticator apps, 2-factor this, 2-factor that. Yeah, if something happens to your phone, you're in this day and age, you're beyond boned.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You got it. So you went back and you got it, right, Stacey?
I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I thought so.
Balance restored.
Right now, yeah, exactly. I got 6 beers here just because of that. I'm good for the night.
He's
there
chilling.
We go.
Speaking of which,
he cloud 9.
Cheers, fellas.
Cheers, brother. Thank you very much, man. Everybody, we're here for 6 hours. Okay. We're just getting started. We are here for 6 hours at least. At least me and Name are. And the rest of the fellas, that's something.
Name, what did you do?
Name, we are here for the anime awards. Have you heard of this? Are you aware of this? All right. Let me share the countdown with you guys right now. This is on Crunchyroll, the anime awards, 3 hours, 36 minutes, 15 seconds. All right.
So you mean the anime Oscars that the real fans don't get to choose?
Yep.
Right. We're doing it.
Yeah,
we're going to cover it and see who wins. But yeah, basically. Well, the fans got to vote. All right, it says here, right here, you can vote. You how to participate. You can sign in. You can vote. You can share the ballot with your friends and all of that, and then you tune in and watch it. So May 23rd. It's already May 23rd in some spots of the United States. But yeah, this goes live in 3 hours. Yeah, it's a long night, Brandon. You're going to be asleep. You're going to be in lullaby land while me and Name are going through all of this.
Yeah,
but don't forget, you guys can watch it on the replay. What's that?
Right.
Yeah, I'll definitely be asleep by the time that starts going.
Oh yeah,
crazy.
oh yeah,
craziness.
But
Agreed.
I don't know.
Agreed.
There's so much to talk about when it comes to anime and Crunchyroll. And one of the things that I thought was interesting, and I don't know if you guys saw this, that Crunchyroll. Hold on, let me bring it up.
Is it like the Crunchyroll Crusades? They're stopping everybody.
Well, kind of. Crunchyroll Japan's net profit drops 63%. So this company is, I don't know why this. I hate Anime News Network just for this alone, but
yep,
they've dropped 63%. Crunchyroll Japan is losing money. Does anybody get this? Why would Crunchyroll, of all the companies in the country, Crunchyroll anime, it seems like a match made in heaven, and they're dropping money. They're losing profit. I'm getting
because of
somebody's echo.
Oh, that's probably.
I'm not sure
happens.
who it is. It happens. It happens. It's all good.
Yeah.
But anybody chime in? What's going on with Crunchyroll? Why are we losing money?
Because Sony is now the king of losing money.
Well, also it's because you got pirates like Luffy.
Or like Name up there. Yeah. Like Name.
Yeah.
I can't say it.
We are the crew.
No trust of
But, hey,
Crunchyroll.
here's another
But
one.
this is Crunchyroll Japan, which I find interesting. Like Crunchyroll Japan is losing money. Is it just that people don't need Crunchyroll in Japan? Yeah, I'm trying to suss this out. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. And I usually kind of understand this stuff a little bit, but this was kind of confusing to me. Because I'm like, wait a minute, Crunchyroll should be doing well in Japan, and it's not. You know. So, what are y'all thoughts on that?
Is it? You think it's because like they watch most of their anime on local TV? That's probably why they just saying that they don't need it or whatever. I'm assuming that that's probably what it is.
Possibly.
Well, I think that's what it is, man. I think that's what it is because, like, they like I said, like we all said, they don't really need it, and not to mention I think like a couple of weeks ago we talked about this. They're geo blocked in Japan. Japan doesn't even watch them, and that's surprising to me.
Yeah, in Japan, my understanding is Amazon is everything. That's where pretty much all the streaming is. Outside of Japan, Crunchyroll, Netflix, and all the other wankers have a slice. Although they have been messing with this site called Animuse or something, where their subtitling is vastly superior and less wankery. But because of Crunchyroll being, the Sony-backed system, they have been hosing them and getting their stuff delayed by 2 weeks. So it's just Sony being Sony. They're just causing all sorts of problems. And anytime that I hear about them going down money, I think, okay, which part of their group got hacked this time? Oh, wait, that's the PlayStation division again, getting their shit hacked.
Sony's sort of like Sony's just like Disney a little bit. They're not really caring about their entertainment as much because they're backed up by their electronics thing. Like they're not sweating on this. This is like a dropping the.
You see, that's funny though, because they sold off their TV division. And that was a huge thing for a long time. Sony, I'm not entirely sure what is fully going on with them, but the way that they have been ran, all of their divisions have been very not so good, with the one exception of their studio. The studio is actually still making reasonable money. They don't blow it as often as some of the others, and they have to be a little more careful. But even when they do blow it in the cinema, they just sell, they sell the rights to have it played on Prime or have it played on Netflix, as the DA would attest to. They're the only ones there for a while that were making money because they were the only ones doing that. They don't have the streaming service except for Crunchyroll that they have to bankroll. So makes it a little easier. But yeah, something like this in Japan with just their Japanese subsidiary losing profit. I didn't even know that they had a Japanese subsidiary. This is news. I did not know.
Yeah,
I think it's just localization television for them. They don't need the subtitles or anything because they're speaking their own language or whatever, and they probably don't want to listen to us in English. So it's just like I just watch it on my television, or whatever.
Well, you know what shames parents in Japan, right?
What?
Finding out that their children are watching anime in English.
I mean, I watch it in English.
Look, I'm shamed when my kids watch anime in English. I can only imagine what's going on in Japan. Yeah, what are you guys doing?
Hey, I have to watch it in English. I got bad dyslexia.
Oh yeah, I couldn't imagine watching. Listen, as much as I think that the subtitles need fixing, it's far better to hear the actual voice actors in Japanese than it is to listen to these English voice actors. Their voice acting is terrible. All right. That's the one big takeaway that I got. You guys cannot, I don't know what it is. They're just not capturing what I want to capture from the voice actors in English. So I'd rather, even if the subtitles are trash, I would still rather listen to the voice actors in English, or excuse me, the voice actors in Japanese than to listen to the voice actors in English. And then the butchery, man, it's just like, it's so horrible.
So for me, just the person that just listens to it in English most of the time and just to understand the plot, whatever, like it just, for me, it's just like performance based more than anything, in my opinion, DA, like, cause like one, like for the Demon Slayer dub or whatever, I think Zach Aguilar does a phenomenal job as Tanjiro, like his Japanese counterpart or whatever. Like he puts a lot of emotion, he puts a lot of emphasis on like when, like especially when Mr. Rengoku dies or whatever, like you could like tell that he worked at that part and everything. Like so like some voice actors are like like the Sean Schimmels, Christopher Sabat's and everything, they take their job seriously. But I can agree to a certain extent that there are some of these new voice actors that just see it as just a hobby, or just they're not. They get, I'm just getting paid off of this.
They phone it in.
It's a training level thing, because in Japan, like breaking out, getting your first role is a really big thing, because you have to go through voice acting school. It's really intensive over there. Like I've heard stories about people, like you have to pretty much like put your life on the line to voice act. Like the actress for Kaguya, if you guys watch Kaguya Love is War, Aoi Koga, she was like starving before like she got that role, and now like she's more well known, she's booking more. But like back in the earlier days, like she wasn't getting anything. Like she had to literally like it's like all or nothing for them, because like they got to move to Tokyo, they got to put everything to like voice acting school, and then like that's no guarantee that you're gonna get a job afterwards. Like it's a process for them.
I mean, it's the same thing over here in America, wherever like most of the voice actors that do make it even tell you like first you want to go ahead and train to be an actor first or whatever, and then like once you get that, like you're not even guaranteed like a job at like Crunchyroll or High Dive or Netflix or whatever, because it's so competitive. And like I mean, like think about it, like you're going in for a role or whatever, you need a deep voice character, and then you just see Chris Sabat walk in, you already know, dang. It's like you already know it's like it's like
well, thank you very much, it's been nice seeing you.
Thanks for coming in. Like so
and I think that's also has something to do with like the philosophy of like the industry over here versus over there. Over there, like we've talked about it before on the channel, like they're more willing to nurture new talent, because like I see like a lot of new names. Like
you're not wrong, Priest King, because I mean like.
Go ahead.
What happened?
Go ahead.
Disappeared. Stacey, you good?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm good. I gotta say,
yeah,
I do agree with you though, Crease King, because some dub actors do get the job right. Like, for example, I like Matt Shipman because
Matt is
he
good.
plays Hajime and Arifureta. He literally it's like I'm watching, like if I was to watch the sub, I get that same feeling in the dub where like he's telling somebody, yeah, you cross this line, there's no coming back. And I'm like,
yeah,
I get that same feeling. So he actually carries it. Justin Brenner, who played Izuku, same thing.
Yeah.
It's like some of these guys know what they're doing and it works out great.
I mean, I'll even do another one. Like, I know a lot of people don't like the 4Kids dubs. I get it and everything. But like, you can't tell me that Yu-Gi-Oh 4Kids dub wasn't good with Dan Green and all them. Like, when they was like when he was switching to Yu-Gi to like Yami and everything. Like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Come on now. Like, he put his heart and soul into that, man. Like, you know, for that. Now we ain't gonna like the One Piece 4Kids dub. That was trash. But like Pokemon and like you know Yu-Gi-Oh! Like you could tell them dudes were like actually like wanting to play the characters or whatever. I pretty much met everybody in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Staff, man, and they love their characters. Like Dan Green loves playing Yugi. Can't think of the guy that plays Seto Kaiba, but he loves playing Kaiba. Old boy likes to play Joey.
Eric Stewart, or does Eric?
Eric Stewart. Eric Stewart. Yeah, Eric Stewart.
Yeah, y'all Yu-Gi-Oh fans, you can't even think about your GOAT, bro.
Dude, like I had like sometimes I'll be thinking about these guys, but yeah, Eric Stewart. Like, you know, he loves playing Seto Kaiba, man. Like he loves it because he's just a straight up jerk to people and everything. And you know, oh boy, that plays Pegasus. Yeah, I mean, to me, I think it's just whatever you like or whatever. Like, you know, that's how I got to it. You know, to me, in this anime community, like I think like subs versus dubs is kind of dumb. Like, to be honest with you, it comes down to whatever you like, or whatever, or what you prefer, or whatever. Sure. It's okay to have like a debate here and there just to have fun amongst your friends or whatever. You're like, oh, you can't read. Oh, I just want to hear the original intent and everything. I think it's fun, or whatever. But for the most part, I think it's just like one of them old like back and forth things or whatever. I think where sub and dub fans do agree is that we're just tired of localization on both sides, because like, you know, they're coming like they're coming for the dubs. Well, they already are at the dubs, and now they're being ballsy enough to tell the Japanese like, yeah, you guys ain't doing it right either, so we're coming for your subs too. So like, I think that's where we all have to just put that little thing to the side of what you like listening to, and just you gotta lock in and like to protect the anime, because it's to the point to where like everything in the West is crap. Now they're coming for the East because they're that bored now, because they see how popular it is. We're playing in our side of the sandbox, and now they saying like, well, if they're having fun, I can't let them do that. Then like, I have to go over there and mess up their sandcastle, like, you know. So
yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So, we got to fight, man. We need fighters in this war. Appreciate it, man. Yes, indeed. Hey, real quick before we move on to the next topic,
we got fighters like Mama Kimi. Fighters like Mama Kimi.
Yeah, Kimi is our girl. All right, waifu. Shout out to Nick Knack. Says, what an illustrious panel you have going tonight, DA. Hail. Thank you very much, Nick Knack. Nick Knack is one of the top supporters on the channel. So thank you, Nick Knack, for always being here, doing what you do. Do I have my, hold on a second. I don't have her up. I'll bring you up in just a minute, Nick Knack, and thank you for being here. And thank you for supporting the channel. Much love to you. But yeah, we're going to move on to the next topic. To me, this is a big one. This is one that always kind of comes up every once in a while. New fans versus old fans. All right. New anime fans just follow trends. I like anime. I like anime because it's a trend. But here's the question. How do you bring new people in and it's all right. You know, how do you bring new people in? Because there's old school existing anime fans that love anime and they'll just keep rocking with it regardless. But you got new people that are coming into the genre right now, or into anime. Look, you just want to gatekeep, man. Crease King just want to gatekeep everybody out. Get out. Don't come around. No, I'm just saying, like, what do you do? Like, a lot of new fans are coming in because it's a trend. That is true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but with that, you are going to catch some actual people, some actual folks that say, hey, I actually like this. This is really good.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you get a little nervous because, yeah, and look, Brandon already know where I'm going.
Yeah.
It's like, it can get super messy, and people start trying to say, well, you need to make anime this, or you need, oh, it's good, but it would be even better if you had some LGBTQ. And it's like, or you had a black person in there, or you had more women involved in this. And it's like, let anime be anime. Why are you trying to change it into something that it's not? You know? So let's go down the line, because I just want to hear what everybody thinks. There's a big conversation going on right now as anime is growing globally. How do you like, what's okay, what's permissible, what's not when it comes to introducing new fans? Because you need new fans. All right. You need new fans to come in to keep everything moving along. Brandon, what's your thoughts on this topic?
Well, the creator of Mushoku Tensei said it best. He's going to write what he wants to write for himself, and if everybody likes it, fine. If not, too damn bad. That's the sum total of it. If you don't like what the creator of the thing is doing, shut the hell up and don't watch it then, if you're going to be that big of an asshole. Don't be like the other assholes and start trying to tell the author or badger the author or make it to where the author's like, fuck you, I'm gonna quit. No, we don't need that shit. We've put up with enough of that bullshit here in the West. We don't need it there. So yeah, bring back fan subs. Yes, fan subs are good. Yes, they are.
I like it. Name your thoughts.
I think for me, like the gauge of, like, you know, whether for me, like how I gauge like whether someone is in it for the anime versus in it for a trend is like is how they react when you present them with an anime that's not like, you know, whatever is like shown on the screen. Like, you know, last week I was getting a little bit of clowning for, like, you know, saying like one of my first anime was Oremo, and like, you know, that it was all in good fun because like you guys, like, you know, you were clowning me, but like, you know, you were like, you know, you guys like, okay, you understood my perspective from where I was coming from. I think that's right. What separates like the like, you know, the good anime fans that we let in versus like the anime fans that we keep out. Like, I don't know if you haven't pulled up DA, but like I sent a tweet I think a few days ago, like some like streamer was clowning on like Claned for like, you know, saying it was like pedo bait or whatever, and like she was getting like rightfully roasted because like that's absolutely not what it was. You know, like Claned is one of the more tame ones, like, you know, compared to like some of the other stuff out there. So it's just like, you know, this new wave of anime fans, they're really like they're judging older anime with like modern standards, and I think that's a problem. Like, you know, we seen it with like Keiorana, mangaka of like Gachi Yakuza. You know, that controversy, another controversy came up this weekend. I was sending some of that. I was just like, bro, it's like, come on, it's like, it's not that serious. Like, you know, you have all these new anime fans. They're coming into the space, you know, from the COVID influx. They don't understand like there's etiquette to this. There's like, you know,
anime tropes.
Like specific tropes. They're like fandoms for like each person. Like, you know, we see a lot of like gay like ships in like, you know, the My Hero Academia family fandom for some reason. You see it in the JJK.
Oh, that was so
man.
annoying, man. That's so
poor
fucking
Deku,
annoying.
Man. Like Deku can't catch a break. All Deku wanted was to
they keep shipping him with the wrong person. The shippers are by far the worst. He
obviously want old girl with the buns, man. Like, he don't want Bakudo, man. Like, he want buns.
He wants Uraraka, damn it, and he got her. He got some of that fine Uraraka.
Uraraka, man. He wanted them buns. He likes his woman shapely, okay? Like,
and not crazy to where he's got to worry about a knife coming into play without him knowing it.
Kidding. But you know, there is another part to the fandom that I absolutely adore, and that's the parody side. And I've got one for you. I've got one for you.
We got some Brandon. Look, Brandon's coming in. Let me share this.
Wait
a minute. Brandon.
I got a Pikachu. You want a Pikachu?
Pikachu.
Fine, whatever. What's up, Pikachu?
What's up, dude? I got a story. You want to hear it?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Right, let me tell you about this one time. So this fucking fly-ass Pikachu. And she's all, I got Pokereds. And I'm all, what? Get the fuck out of here.
Dragon Ball Z
Bam, now I got
for all the all OGs.
Oh God. God, that oh man.
Oh, that's great.
That fine ass Pikachu. Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I think
indeed.
that's the main thing for me is the trying to onboard new fans and have it feel authentic. Have it feel real. You know, that's to me is the main thing, man. I saw this and we were talking about this. Name had put this up in the chat. So it says here, the thing is, I'm reading from the bottom. The thing is that casuals actually love the show. It does well. It's a show for them. It's not a show for old school, traditional DMC game fans, though. And you can see immediately how that's a problem. It's like, okay, so what are you making this for? You're not making it for the old school fans or traditional fans. You know, it's like
Star
if you're
Wars
not
all
making
over
it,
again.
Right. Then just make a new IP. Like they said right there, why make a product for fans or for not for fans of said product? I think that's a major problem. We see it in Hollywood, but we're starting to see it in anime. It's like, hey, just make it for the people that are fans of this. Like, why wouldn't you do that? That to me is asinine. Yeah. That's crazy to me.
It's because
if I can speak,
it's because what they want to put out there.
Oh no, go ahead, Stacey. Oh, and I was gonna say, like, you know, that you go first. You go first. I'm gonna go on a tangent, so you go first.
Right. To answer DA's question, it's basically a thing of they know that if they put out their stuff the way that they want it, nobody's gonna watch. So they need to hijack it. It's the same thing like in comic books, right? When you had Riri Williams in the Iron Suit, but she had no connection to Iron Man, and everybody was like, yeah, why bother with her? She doesn't deserve the legacy. And then guess what? She crashed and burned.
Yep. You got to start them out, man. You got to get them connected to the audience. All right. I like Budget Cat says, if you're getting into anime, you need to watch the pioneers first. Astro Boy, Speed Racer, Gotcha Man, Mazinger, Devilman, Fist of the North Star, Saint Seiya, Dragon Ball Z, Voltoms, Laser, Akira, Ranma, Yu Yu Hakusho, etc. I agree.
I'm gonna disagree just a tad bit. The only reason why I say that is because if you're bringing in somebody new per se, you know, most of the time, most of them got the TikTok brain. So you need to kind of like, you know, ease them in my opinion, or whatever. Like, like when I introduce people with anime or whatever, first of all, I kind of ask them what genre do they like. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you like? Like, do you like Westerns? Do you like fantasy? Do you like crime, mystery and murder or whatever? Like, you know, and then once they give me that, then I know what to, you know, give them and everything. And like something that's like really like short, like maybe 25 episodes or 12 episodes or whatever, because you know, you like if you try to give them Dragon Ball Z, like the original Dragon Ball Z, like no, you're gonna scare them. Or if you try to give them One Piece,
facts, bro. This man is
like
speaking facts.
You can't do that. Like, I mean, like I get it. All of us are used to this. We have earned our stripes. We can just watch a long anime. It's not gonna be a big deal to us. But you gotta keep in mind how the new generation is. They're not like us. Like, you know, when we like the television raised us or whatever, you know, you got to keep that in mind. So like with the new stuff, you know, you want to get something like, you know, a Chainsaw Man, what's it called? Demon Slayer, you know, Don or whatever.
Yeah.
Free Ren.
Don.
Well,
yeah.
Free Ren. Even with Free Ren, like they consider that too slow. I don't understand. Like, I love free reign. I think it's amazing or whatever, but like,
I don't know how, man.
Yeah,
look, let me bring on another guest. Let me bring somebody else into the mix. We got somebody hanging out in the back. Cyfax.
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
Return of the King.
Yo. Hey,
finally, man.
What's up,
it's been a minute, man.
Well, you know, I remember you were saying you were switching up days. I thought you switched it to Wednesdays. Sometimes it's Fridays. And like every time I go to look for whatever random night it is, you're not there. And then I catch it on replay and I'm like, oh man, I'm late.
Oh, it's my fault.
No. It's my fault for not reading. You know what it is? It's
Yes.
actually it's fucking Twitter's fault, because when I go to check the messages, there's no it doesn't show that I have messages. I have to click the messages thing. And then everything pops up. Like it doesn't show I have missed messages.
It sucks.
It's okay, Cyfax. You
really
can blame
bad.
me. You can blame me. It's all on me.
Blame it on
It's a
name.
wasteland, bro.
Yeah.
I nuked the chat.
Blame it on the name.
Hail to the chat. Thank you all for supporting.
No, but that's
these
my
guys are doing great
that's how I bring people into anime, in my opinion. Like, if you want to bring in new people, you need to like keep it short but sweet, but I also ask them what genre that they like to. Like, that helps out a lot, whatever. And if they if they get past that, then you can start recommending like maybe the old school stuff. If they start to get more hungry, like, hey man, that was good. Is there anything else? You know, I wait on them. Like, I don't force it on them, or whatever.
You're right. The first two, like I threw it into into the comment section, which is for me, obviously Samurai Champloo. I always go to that one, but it's an easy watch, and they brought it over to Americans for Adult Swim, right? And it's only like 25 episodes. Easy watch, simple story, great characters, and it's a complete story. Boom, over and done with. And then the other obvious one, in my opinion, is something like Death Note, which is like a full, like that one's like a psychological story. It's kind of brutal. It's very easy watch. It's like what I think it's like 30 something episodes.
37
episodes. 37.
Yeah.
But it's like if you do those two,
37.
you're either going to get into the action and fighting with the Samurai Champloo stuff, and then the psychological stuff. And it's like, hey, if you like some of these, now you can branch out. You know, like you're saying, you don't go into Dragon Ball, don't go into Naruto, these things that have 300 goddamn episodes, not Bleach or whatever, whether how cool it is or whatever. No, you need to ease people into this stuff if they're not used to this stuff at all. Like find a good 25 episode to maybe tops 50. Like, I don't know. Like, I like Soul Eater. I'm a fan of Soul Eater.
I love Soul Eater.
Soul Eater is a good one. It's only like 48, 50 episodes, something like that.
Yeah, it's limited. The limited series, to me, I think you're 100% right, Cyfax. Like, you got to bring them in. Like, Death Note is one that I always recommend.
I just expanded on it.
Yeah, I recommend Death Note. I recommended Cowboy Bebop back in the day. I don't really recommend it.
They're easy.
It's a limited series.
Yeah, they're easy watches and they have a conclusion. That's the other big thing. Having a conclusion really helps sell you on the thing. You're like, wow. What a story.
Brandon, what's your
great.
go-to recommendation when you find somebody that might sort of kind of be interested in anime? What do you say? Hey, this is your starter anime. What do you recommend?
See, that's a tough one. It's been a while since I've made any recommendation like that. In years past, I would have done something like Bebop or even Trigun, because they are complete. And at least with Trigun, it's outlandish. It's funny as hell. And combination, punk hazard / punk western style. Anymore, if I was going to make a recommendation,
I mean, for me, like, I'll like do Psycho Pass sometimes or whatever. Like, Psycho Pass is
I don't even think I would do that.
Yes. No, people love Psycho.
I think you got to start with like semi-normal stuff that it's like, hey, this is believable, and now we can go into the realm of a little bit more unbelievable and more unbelievable.
Right.
Like the craziness that they start.
The reason why I say Psycho Pass is like for like people that are like into
high school
Islamic. This ain't
there
what
we go.
You
High school
with,
the
bro.
dead.
You're not trying to get your friend to become a gooner. You're trying to get him to be an anime fan.
If you're talking to a gooner, High School of the Dead, at High School DHD,
bro,
you're good.
Bro, every time T comes in here, he be saying like, bro, he be dropping like, what was that thing my girl
low key
like,
hentai, bro.
Like,
he's out there. He's like, dude, Bible Black's my favorite thing ever, and you're like, Jesus Christ.
Outlaw Star would be good. All right, I've got one. I've got one for you now.
What you got?
Gurren Lagann. Why the hell not? If you're gonna go
Ooh,
big, you might as well
that
go
is a
all the
classic.
way.
Have that.
If you guys start talking about
have
High School of the Dead,
series.
Wait.
I got it right here too.
Dude, you start.
what you
you
got?
start
What is
with
that? What is
Elfin-
that, bro? Look, he got
High School of the
Living.
Dead.
Of course it
Yeah.
Bro, good.
I
Oh,
like how he has it. He has it in the corner of his little nook there because it's his Gooner corner. He knows.
Yeah,
where
that's
it's
the
at
Gooner
immediately.
corner. It's not on screen.
I like how his lighting
And then
also like
that
kind of
There you go.
the
There you
lighting.
go.
The lighting was censoring the tits too. So like we can get past the YouTube like guidelines, and then like towards the end it showed a bit, but he
Wait,
took it off.
wait,
man.
guys, I gotta address this real quick. Fizz, yes, that is a Gooner show. All right, High School of the Dead is Gooner. It's just one step away from being
absolutely.
High School DxD.
That yes,
Oh, yeah.
High
Now,
School of the Dead
now,
is straight up. It's low. It's borderline hentai, bro. Borderline.
you go
hentai.
from High School of the Dead or right into fucking Elfin Lied. Like that's your next
No.
show. That
Yeah,
No,
that-
you gotta.
exactly.
And then you the final
Oh
boss is
God!
the final boss is redo.
No.
Oh,
or yeah,
man.
redo of Healer. There you go.
Name-
Yeah, that's the final boss.
There you go.
All right.
Here
Look,
it
Be
is.
sure to watch
Here
it with the whole family. Invite grandma over to watch. watch Redo of Healer.
Yeah, it's just
What
like
about Killer
it's,
Kids?
thanks,
Any
it's
Killer
Thanksgiving. What are we watching? What are we watching for Thanksgiving? Redo a Healer.
Kill.
It's a family tradition.
We're watching Kill Kill, Grandma.
all right. Look, I gotta.
Yeah,
this is a
Grandma
big
rips
one.
you
All
out of
right,
the
let me
wheel.
bring this up.
Dude,
Next
you
topic.
watch Redo a Healer. One of your grandchildren is fucking that cranberry sauce, dude. It's gonna be bad.
That's if they haven't already.
Right.
Oh,
All right,
man.
next
Oh,
topic.
geez.
And this one is kind of about where anime is right now in terms of what they're producing. Katakawa had came out and they cited excessive reliance on the isekai genre as one of the major causes for the decline in profitability in its domestic publishing business. So apparently, Katakawa was a little concerned about the amount of isekai that's pushed out there.
not
And
lying.
I mean, this is an ongoing issue. Every single time something takes off, regardless of what it is, Battle Shonen was at one point in time the only thing that was popping.
Mhm.
So Katakawa was like, hey, we're getting a lot of isekai. It's getting kind of watered down. It's doing nothing for the genre. They're saying that this is a major problem going on right now. It says here in its new midterm management plan, Katakawa addresses recent financial losses driven by the company's bias towards a proven genre. So it's the same thing when it comes to Hollywood. We see that. We see it, and we're now starting to see it in anime, where everybody's relying on the isekai genre and they're diving in, and we're getting so much of the same thing. It's like, can you start branching out and doing something a little bit different? Because everything seems to be an isekai.
Yeah.
You know, we're getting so much of this, and it's kind of getting frustrated. So go down the line, starting with Brandon all the way down to Cyfax. You guys let me know, is Katakawa right over the target? Because I kind of think they are.
Yeah. Well, if they were doing a ton of them and now they're not making money, then it seems pretty elementary at this point. It's not selling as well as it used to because the tastes of what the people in Japan want to read are changing. As far as what will be the next big thing, I have no idea. But isekai has been pretty hot for 10 plus years now? About 10 years?
Yeah, easily.
Yeah.
That seems to be about
Easily.
right. Because if you remember back in the 60s, 70s, sports were huge in manga and in the anime. Get into the late 70s, mecha. Big gigantic robots, big ass robots, all through most of the 80s and even into part of the 90s. What did we get into the start of the 90s?
Battle
Harems with our friend Tenchi, because we love Tenchi.
Okay.
Moyo.
I
Shout
was
out
going to
to
go
Maggie
Battle
Line.
Shonen, but yeah, I get.
Yeah,
I get
Battle
where you're coming
Shonen too.
from.
All of that was a big start. Hold on one sec. So yeah, we have everything goes in cycles. The isekai cycle is probably coming to an end. The one thing that I typically see, or most of the new shows that are coming out, there's a lot of them that are villainous shows. A lot of them set in fantasy-esque, but more high society fantasy-esque or European-styled fantasy settings. There's a ton of that.
Vinland Saga.
I think we're even getting we're getting a bit of cyberpunk going again, because we've got the Ghost in the Shell coming back. We have the 80s are alive and well because Fist of the North Star, Kenshiro is kicking everyone's ass and laying Oh, it's so good. If you want the manga in anime form, that is it. That is so good. But we're seeing this play out with this, like with anime, but especially with this. Yeah, isekai's played out. As far as what things are always popular, romance type stuff is always popular. And that seems to be the predominant thing that's always present. Maybe not at the forefront, but always present. So don't be surprised if you see an uptick in something in that realm.
Excuse me, Name, what you got?
I mean, it's like Brandon said, like, you know, I feel like there are eras of this like stuff. It's like I feel like isekai is kind of like the Western or the Marvel movie right now. Like it had its like, you know, peak period. You know, I would say like for me, when I was like seeing that growth, it was like, you know, we're talking about like Sword Art Online, like Shield Hero and all that stuff. And now like that those shows are like in their like, you know, 10th anniversary, like, you know, several seasons in, and you're seeing a lot of like clone shows. My friend like coined, like he calls them like isekai slop, because like sometimes like, you know, we're just like talking anime. I'm like, oh, what'd you watch recently? He's like, yeah, man, there's just so much like, you know, isekai slop. I just picked like a random one and then like, oh yeah, I'm watching that too. Because like, you know, at this point, it's like, what can you do with that title? You know, like, and when someone finally finds like, you know, a way to subvert or like do something cool with like the isekai genre, then people will start checking in. But like for the most part, like, you know, I could probably list like, you know, a generic plot, and you're gonna like start thinking of like several like isekais. Like it's like, you know, office worker, like, you know, loser dude in high school gets like reincarnated. He thinks he has like no power, and then like, you know, he's like, oh, actually, I have like this OP power that people misidentified or like I didn't know how to use before. And then like the whole season just him building up, and then like everyone's like, hold on, this guy actually might be him. You know, that's like the whole. That's been a lot of it for like
appraisal skills.
Yeah, exactly.
Trash skills becoming the OP of everything. Yeah, there's been like 15 or 20 of them. I've
been betrayed by like the heroes party, and then I started my own, or like all that stuff.
Betrayed by the heroes party, so I started a new party with all of their moms.
Big what's it called? Big shield hero. Whatever.
That's why it's good.
Shield hero. Yep.
See, now, I think the reason why the isekais played out is because they basically, for one step or another, have basically stuck to just the base formula. No one thought to, for a long time, say, hey, how can we build upon this formula? And then there were stuff like, let's say, the reincarnation isekai. We got the slime. We got the hero one where he's basically sent to the bottom. He has to work his way up. Shield hero. Yeah. We had the one where he's betrayed by his party, well, his classmates. Arifureta. Those are like I would consider the big one, like the big ones in isekai, and those are going right because they're actually Overlord is another one because these people, the characters in those stories, are actually earning their powers. They're earning their skills. They're actually going through situations where they say, "Okay, I'm facing off against an enemy. I can't use magic. I can't do X. What do I do? How do I beat this?"
So,
and those are why, like Shield Hero, Arifureta, Slime. Overlord, those are working, but you got everything else basically trying to say, okay, let's try and copy one of those. It doesn't work like that. That's why they have to spin it off differently. Like, for example, that time I got In Another World with my smartphone. That is mainly a romance, but it's done about how a guy who lived in Japan was struck by God by accident, and now guess what? He's updating. He's basically ushering in a revolution in a new world, and all he has is just a smartphone, and that's only getting by because why? Bit of romance in it.
Yeah, so can't forget the wholesome harem.
And don't get me wrong, I
was going to say sir, for me, I'm gonna be honest with you. I never was an isekai fan. Like I kind of like, you know, it gets a little boring. To me, I don't know if this was. I always wanted to say this. Like, it was either you were a battle shonen dude or you were like an isekai guy. Like during like the prime years of just being anime fans or whatever. That's what I noticed.
I was both. I always liked both, man. I always loved battle shonen. That's just what I was. But like I always liked isekai.
Yeah, I was just never an isekai guy because I just I don't know, maybe I couldn't just never relate with the characters, but like I thought like almost every isekai ended up being the same sort of. I mean, there's minor differences. I don't want to sound too ignorant or anything. But what I noticed was like there was an oversaturation isekai, and at one point I don't know, maybe like in the the mid 2010s to about 2015 16, there was like an oversaturation on anime fantasy. I don't know if you guys remember that, but like I felt like there was like fantasy anime coming out every single year or whatever.
It's still that way.
Yeah,
at least 10 different fantasy setting, whether it's villainous shows or not. Yeah, there's tons of it. You're absolutely right. That is one that just keeps going and going and going.
And there's a bunch of them out right now.
And that's what I'm saying. I can't even like anytime when I see like a Nite or something, I'm like, oh god, no, I'm not doing it. Click. It's like, but what I've been watching most of the time, I've been watching a lot of slice of life. I said that to you like a couple weeks ago, DA. Like there's a series on Netflix called Rampant of Ice or whatever. Like I've been watching that weekly.
Oh, Ramparts of Ice, yeah.
Yeah, I love that anime. It is like I haven't watched a new episode yet. I have not watched a new episode yet. Ain't no spoilers, but like I like where it's going so far. And I also been watching Blue Box. Blue Box was a good slice of life anime too. Highly recommend that one too. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel about isekai. Like I think it's played out just like fantasy anime. I think Battle Shonen will always be the top dog or whatever, because all you just need is a new hero with a new power up with a tournament or something, and it like Battle Shonen will always be number one. Then you're fighting for isekai and fantasy being number 2 or 3, depending on what it is, and of course romance maybe 4 or 5 or whatever. So that's how I feel about it. I don't know if you guys agree.
That's kind of a staple. Yeah, it's like isekai is not going anywhere, but I guess Katakawa was saying it's an over reliance on it instead of actually branching out and writing different sorts of genres. It's like they're so focused on the isekai genre because of its popularity that they're kind of watering the genre down and making
that sounds
it
like a management problem.
Yeah, it does.
And I think that's what makes all the novelty ones stand out. Like reincarnated as a vending machine, reincarnated as the Red Ranger reincarnates another one, reincarnated as a sword. Like
if you could do something interesting with it, right? Yeah,
I mean,
do something with it.
Solo Leveling did the opposite. Like they brought the isekai world to the human world. From what I'm
the reverse isekai.
That's what I liked about it. I was about to go there with Cyfax because that's one of his. He got like tattoos of his Solo Leveling.
I might got a couple tattoos of them. Yeah, no, I got the Laughing God and
got my little Solo Leveling right here.
Yeah,
Solo Leveling.
It actually did, because when was the last time before Solo Leveling we saw an anime where like somebody from one world comes to basically a version of our world? We don't really see that much. So that's why Solo Leveling made it work.
They kind of flipped it while making like people in the real world actually still gain powers from the other world, and they're still like they're kind of end up being superhuman in the real world and everything. And because usually you're transported to a separate dimension, basically.
It actually been done before, because Digimon has done it before. Like
it's place. It's sure, but it's like
I could see that, because
I can explain this. I can explain this easier, and I could use it just based on like Hollywood stuff. Which is like say whenever like Hollywood comes out with a new movie, whatever, and all of a sudden this year is disaster movies, right? You have a ton of disaster movies that come out, but Hollywood only approves so many scripts. Well, how long does it take to do animation? Takes like a year, 2 years. Let's say you're getting just started. Let's say 2 years minimum, right? Well, all of a sudden, the year that everybody wants to start kicking everything off, the top 10 things out there are isekai animes, right? Okay, well, all these studios want to see which one gets to hit the ground running first, and they could all be good. All these stories could be really good, but whatever one hits the ground first and really pulls ahead, all of a sudden that one is going to be the dominant one. And that's pretty much what it was. It's like, hey, who can get this stuff out there first? Because obviously there's hundreds, if not thousands, of each of these kind of stories told in a slightly different light, whatever. Hopefully some of them have good endings or whatever, but you know, what's the hottest selling thing? Well, let's take the top 10. Let's start making these animes now. What studio can actually do it properly? I mean, they do the same thing in Hollywood. They do the same thing. It's just which ones hit. So obviously we're getting oversaturated with the things that hit. And right now the biggest selling things is isekai anime. And if the top 3 of them happen to also be the top 3 shows, congrats. But I want to be surprised if you went down that list and it's like actually the 7th highest selling book is actually one of the top animes. If you actually went down I want to be surprised. Like I'm not saying for sure, I haven't looked at the numbers, but it's like, hey, if you got your stuff out there before this other one that's technically ahead of you in sales in the comics and stuff, you probably got pushed ahead now, and now your comic sales actually started to go up because now people can actually see your stuff on live action or anime live action, whatever you want to call it. You know, like you can actually see it on screen, which is what when people read books, that's one of your first thoughts whenever you read any comic book. You're like, man, I would love to see this in live action, or I would love to see this on an anime, whatever. Like that's everyone's like first thought. I would love to see this animated. Wouldn't that be great? Or you're reading DC comic, like I would love to see this in live action. If they could pull this off, that would be amazing. So when the studio can do that, that one gets pushed ahead. Isekai happens to be that and has a lot of action and stuff like that. Usually they do. Usually, I mean, not all of them. Yeah. Sometimes they're like, I'm reincarnated as a fruit vendor, and you're like, wow, but it's an actually interesting story, and you're like, shit, man, I like this guy. He knows how to peddle them apples, dude. He's great, or whatever. Like it's crazy.
I think to the point that Kataka was referring to is just like if you start watering down one particular,
it's just too many.
Yeah, exactly, and I can see this becoming a major problem. Just step away, do other things. You don't have to look. Obviously, Isekai is great, but you don't have to lock in on it like this. Find something else to write.
My opinion, they need to push more like slice of life and more sports animes or whatever. Like the
slice of life is really taking off for me personally. I'm loving slice of life stuff right now. Yeah.
So like one thing they could do is basically try to like create basically try to come up with new series for like each of the genres. Like for example, come up with a new shonen. We know Black Clover's coming to an end. We know that My Hero Academia Vigilantes is basically in a good spot right now. So why don't we come up with like some kind of, let's say,
did you just say adventure? Vigilantes is dying? Did anyone check on name? I know he's here, but have we checked on him yet?
I'm not trying to trigger names. Quit trying to get me in trouble.
I mean, Gotcha Attica.
His room's already dark enough. I don't want to see a rope in the background. Jesus Christ.
Oh, Gotcha Kuda. Yeah, Gotcha. What a messy fan base. Look, I want to move on from this one, but I agree with everybody's opinions on this. This is really.
Can I say like one more quick thing? Like,
go ahead.
It also helps that we talking about solo leveling. That's from another country. That's from Korea. They were trying to break in their manhwa for a while. Like Tower of God wasn't a good adaptation. God of High School was a failed adaptation. They finally hit big with solo leveling, and then I think I'm hearing the next big one is Omniscient Reader's Point of View or whatever. I don't know the exact name, but like that's another way they can keep doing the isekai or like fantasy genre without like oversaturating it, getting it from like different places. Now whether that's a good or bad thing, that remains to be seen because like. That's Korean storytelling, that's and
it's
I think
different.
The Japanese still have like I think they're like they had some like issues with the way like the Japanese were being portrayed in like the original Solo Leveling because I heard like no spoilers here, but I heard like the Japanese association gets like spoilers.
Japanese dogs. We know the Koreans don't like the Japanese.
Have you seen South Korean storytelling? It's some of the best out there, man. Like, have you ever seen the movie I Saw the Devil? That's a fantastic horror movie. Like that is
South Korea is killing it right now, man.
South Korea destroys like so much like American television.
Yes.
Like, I mean, sure you had to read it, but oh my god, when you do, you will enjoy the hell out of it. Like,
we're gonna let Brandon finish up. Brandon.
There are 3 particular isekais that The manga for them is still going, but the animes only have one season, and it's a damn shame. If you could bring up the first one, this one is fantastic and so quirky. Uncle from Another World is bloody fantastic. This one was on Netflix, and this one, unfortunately, is a victim of the coof. But talk about being a victim. Uncle wanted to know the outcome of the 90s console war, and his beloved Sega lost. but that's a side thing. If you watch it, you'll know why. The other one that is really good, that probably won't get another season. It should. The manga had been on a hiatus, but is finally back. Is No Longer Allowed in Another World. This one is friggin' fantastic. It is so good. The dude that writes this, he wrote Love After World Domination, which is basically what happens when Rita Repulsa and the Red Ranger start dating. It's hilarious, and it was fun as hell. But this one...
I've seen that. I've
yes,
seen that.
It's good.
Oh my god.
It was a lot of damn
yeah,
fun.
that's a really good one. I heard like the Love After World Domination, that was based off of like one of the Sentai shows, because there was actually a ship in the
Gelato 5. They're all named after ice cream. Yeah, but this one...
Yes,
so
they are.
Akira Toriyama.
Yeah, this one is really good, but the manga author, I guess he suffers from some sort of depression or that. But it's releasing again, so that's good, because it had been on hiatus for a while. And the last one that I absolutely love, I wish it would have gotten another season, but it's once again in that time frame of the coof, and it needs more. The manga's still going. It's your boy Kong Ming. We need more Kong Ming in our life. We need the three kingdoms representing up in here. Yes, indeed. Fantastic. A fantastic reverse isekai. So good. So good.
Nice. And the funny thing about that one is, and I've seen it, it's basically one it's that one that comes out of left field for you. You would think that would never work, but then when he actually realizes that he can basically not only become part of this life, people like love his aura, his style. They're like, we love him, man. We love him. I'm like
that, and he's a damn good rapper.
There's very yes, he is. I was like, I was like, M50, y'all might want to get y'all's skills up. This dude coming from the past to basically take y'all's crown, man. Damn.
Brandon, I thought you didn't rock with the Chinese, Brandon.
Hey, Kong Ming gets tossed into Japan, is speaking Japanese and not speaking that bloody Chinese stuff that makes my ears bleed. So he's like, wait a minute, I'm not speaking Chinese, I'm speaking Japanese.
and he adapts, and everybody loves him for it.
Yep.
Look, everybody, man, that's just why I love these conversations. I get new anime to watch. All right. Thank you very much, Brandon. Appreciate that. Let's move on. We got more to talk about. Before we do, let's hit these super chats. We got just a couple. Jenna Ortega, Marshall J for $5. High School DxD, awesome. And this Japanese anime series called Freezing the Girls Are Badass. I've never heard of it. Freezing the Girls. Anybody got any intel?
I've seen it. I have seen it. It's one of those shows where like most of the time the girls have the power, but it's not like, oh, they're inherent badasses. These women actually have to go to a school, learn about their powers, learn how to properly harness it for like an extraterrestrial threat, and it works. It works. Okay. You want an anime where like you want a story where a woman is a badass and she earns it. This is one of those stories. I recommend
one of those.
Nice. Here you go. I've got it.
All right. Well, we got it right here. Oh, there it is. Freezing. So that's it there?
I think so, because let's see. Story follows adventures of Japanese boy named Kazuya Oi, who enrolls in a sports school for genetically modified girls called Pandoras, who battle aliens.
And their male partners called limiters. Oh, wow.
So it sounds like Chain Soldier. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna tell you need to watch this one by yourself. Watch that one by yourself.
Yeah.
So it's the OG slave soldier then. Okay, got it.
Got it. It's in that category. Here's another
Okay,
one.
that
Here's
explains
another.
it.
Let's just say that they get battle damage and they don't believe in bras. They get battle damage and they don't believe in bras.
All right, fellas, to watch that one alone. No parents. Just keep your parents out of the room.
Don't invite grandma over. No, don't do that.
Don't invite
No,
grandma to watch that one. Shout out to Marshall J. Thank you for that. And then, it's just Mac dropping $1. Shout out to Mac, man. Always dropping great information on anime, on everything, man. Make sure you're following Mac on Twitter, on X. He's a great follow. Thank you very much, Mac. Let's give some super chat love before we move on to the next topic. We appreciate it. Here you go.
Bye-bye, Nomu.
Speaking of My Hero Academia, name. Were you excited to see this? We're getting a new My Hero Academia short. The short anime will make its first public appearance at the My Hero Academia special event during Anime Expo in 2026 in LA this July, with its streaming release scheduled for August 3rd. It adapts the special manga drawn by Kohei Horikoshi, featured in the Ultra Age fan book. So, and it's called I Am a Hero Too. Sounds like a little kid's book, man. Name, have you read this? I was just curious what you thought about it. Is it what is this?
I don't recall if I've read this one, but I know it's like it's an Eri like centered chapter. So it's gonna be focusing on like Eri after she's in UA. Okay. So it's probably like, another nice little watch after like the more, because like I feel like they're gonna Horikoshi kind of like dragged out the end. Like, he had his ending, and then like he started adding a few more chapters with like every like manga release. He's like in the final volume, he put like one more chapter, and then in like the final, like, what's it called, encyclopedia for My Hero, he put another chapter. So they're just kind of doing the same strategy, like, stretching this out instead of just like, they're just trying to get as much content out of this like IP as possible.
Well, it
seems that way because it's over, right?
Yeah, but this is just extra stuff, It's just like, all little fun stuff. There's no more like, cool action. It's just like, more of the school stuff that some people wish that the show had more of.
Got you.
Well, it actually works for it, because if you stop and think about it, every character had their own story to tell. Some of the stories were very small. You could say, okay, this person's overcoming that. Others, it kind of, if you stop and thought about it, it was kind of like, okay, this story is not going to be resolved after the end of the story. We may find, a character here or there where like, what happened to that character? How did they move on from the high school life and then?
So is this going to be more like a slice of life type of high school My Hero
It looks
Academia?
like just a one shot.
Yeah,
I
would assume so. It's like one chapter. It's focused on Eri, the horn girl. She's like in UA.
Yeah, so I can kind of see it being like a one shot, but it would be like the slice of life about like how she deals with things, because we really didn't get that much about her, aside from the horn, and she reverts things back to its beginning.
Okay, so, all right, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, so we'll check it out. Look, we're going to be, the only reason really I brought this up just to kind of talk about it, but also we're going to be at Anime Expo in LA. Name and I for sure. If anybody else can make it, Cyfax, Stacey, Brandon, you guys are welcome.
You got a pass for me? I can take the Friday off.
We will have something available. I'm not sure if it's a full pass or just one day, but we will try to make sure that we got passes available for everybody on the panel. So if you guys can make it, it would be awesome. All right. Love to have everybody there at Anime. I'm going to be there. I know Name already got his ticket, so he's going to be there. But yeah, I'm it's cool like that they're dropping this early for those that are at the panels at the convention. So that's kind of cool. So I'm looking forward to this.
It's good incentive to go because like, and I dropped the JJK news. I was clowning my friend earlier because like for the past few years, that JJK panel, they do nothing over there. No new, like they drop like one snippet and then they just waste time like, promoting Crunchyroll stuff. Like for the My Hero ones, they've actually been really consistent. Like For like last year, they didn't really do much, but the year prior, they dropped the first 10 minutes of the Your Next movie, which was like, you know, that was the AX was the first people to see anything from that movie aside from like the trailers. So the fact that they're doing this is like, okay, you know, that gives you incentive to like go if you don't want like FOMO. If you want to be like, you know, part of like covering anime news, you probably have to be at that panel, or you're going to be like 1 month late.
Yeah, we will absolutely be there. 100%, man.
Yeah, we're gonna make DA hear about that Vigilante season 3 announcement live.
I knew Vigilantes were going to come up in this conversation.
Hey, look, hail to the chat. Make sure you smash the like button if you haven't already done so, man. We got 60 folks in here. Hey, man, we're building, man. Anime Nights is building up. So I appreciate all of you guys supporting the channel. We're going to move on to the next topic. We got this one is interesting to me. All right. This was on Annie TV. Chainsaw Man Rize movie has earned more than $187 million worldwide. MAPPA's CEO admitted that the movie changed the studio's entire trajectory, focusing more on owning IPs rather than working with production committees. He's also promised an increase in rewards and a better work environment for animators. All right, so if you guys saw Rize arc, all right, Chainsaw Man, it was dope. It was absolutely
fantastic.
It was so good on the big screen. That was amazing.
So good.
So good.
So good.
So
yeah.
good.
That was the best anime that I saw. Definitely that year for sure. But I mean, it's
minus the pool, minus the pool scene. Everything else. Was
good. we could have done without that. But I mean, everything else.
Do I dare ask? Because I haven't seen it.
No, you don't want to see that.
I mean,
guys, come on. You guys are talking about the anime, which is regarded in the community as like one of the lighter, like Gunner, like the modern Gunner anime, bro. Like, so the pool scene was absolutely necessary, you know.
Does Makima tell him to go to the pool and bark like a dog or something stupid like that?
No, not Makima.
She's actually not in the movie that much. She's actually not in the movie.
So he trades one dom for the other. Got it. Okay.
She has an important part in the movie, but she's not.
Apparently.
Yeah.
But I guess the question is, now we see that, okay, MAPPA is changing their trajectory. They're focusing differently now. And look, MAPPA's not a small studio. All right, it's a big studio. So they're making some I guess you could say they're changing things to the point where they want to own the IP rather than just working with somebody else. And we saw that with Netflix, MAPPA is definitely diving into what Netflix is trying to do. Netflix also wants to own IP. So I think we're seeing a big shift in the way that anime is going to be, you know, produced, the way that, you know, the ownership of the of these various IPs and franchises, they're changing everything up, man. How does this fit with the overall landscape for anime? Brandon, we'll start with you, and then we'll head down.
I'm not entirely sure, but now that I've read that, the Netflix deal makes a lot more sense because that's exactly how they're trying to go about it. MAPPA has ups and downs. They do have quite a few production teams. They can do quite a bit at one time. Whether or not they do stuff that they themselves own or not, you know, is the other story. But I'm not sure how I feel about this. It's
okay.
If it makes it to where the people that work for them can actually make more than $5,000 in a year, sure, fine. Is the stuff that they're going to produce a complete and total donkey cock because of it being done with Netflix? We don't know. I don't want them to suck. I want them to succeed. But at the same time, if their version of success is basically making shit, then, you know, that's going to... It really depends upon the IPs that they get. If they're going to try to run their own, let's say, manga production or... really try to go chase after maybe some of the newer mangakas out there that can't break in with the traditional guys and maybe bring them on board to do the anime directly. It could play out well, but I don't know. This is one of those tough ones. Although my understanding with some production committees, they can be assholes too. So, you know,
yeah,
take your pick. It's too early to tell.
Name Name your thoughts.
I mean, like Brandon said, like some production committees are like absolutely horrendous. Like if you can't point all the fingers at them, but the failure of One Punch Man season 3 and Blue Lock season 2, like I feel like you can direct towards like the production committee, because I heard like the animators they were given like really tight schedules to do to like make the anime, because they didn't plan it out properly, and it kind of showed, because like I don't know if you watched the season 2 of Blue Lock, DA, but like it was
bad.
Getting clowned on. Yeah, it was. But then like those last 2 episodes, like they really showed what they could do if they were given the proper time. Because like Studio 8-Bit actually does some great work. Like reincarnated as a slime, that looks so beautiful. And who's the one that studio, like who does One Punch Man? It was JC Stout. They do some good stuff too. So it's just like all these studios are capable of good stuff. It's just that
time.
like we've been talking about, it's the middlemen, like, and you're starting to see that with the manga too.
Yeah.
Publishers are starting to question, like, do they have any power anymore with like mangakas like hopping on like, ayo, I'm on Twitter right now, here's my work, support me directly. And now like with the MAPPA move, like, and also Bandai, they're thinking about like, well, we're gonna start eating the loss ourselves. We're gonna try distributing ourselves instead of like asking
we're
like
gonna
Sony
get to
or
Bandai. Yeah, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get to
yeah.
that
So it's
sure.
just
like that's the next topic, or one
and
of the next topics.
Like Brandon said, like you don't know, we fully don't know the consequences of these moves, because like we don't know the numbers. We're not in the business industry, so you can only hope that they're actually like gonna be paying their employees and letting them see their families more often, and it's not just like gonna line the pockets of the CEO more, because like that can
that's what they promised, man. Look, exactly. A better work environment.
But remember what we're hearing from like the Netflix and MAPPA CEO conversation? It sounded like a lot of like BS, a lot of like sweet words to like smooth over like a few like structural changes, because like sometimes the changing of the old guard is like for better or for worse, like it changes, but you don't know like if that's for good or worse until like later on.
Okay, Crease, what you think, man?
So my only concern is that it just goes back to the isekai problem. Are we gonna, because Chainsaw Man did good, are we gonna get an oversaturation of the same anime? So are we gonna keep on getting more battle shonens all the time or wherever? Like, because it's easy to get caught up in that successful bug. Like, okay, this is successful, so we have to keep on pushing. We gotta keep on pushing. And I mean,
true.
So
yeah.
It's one of those things. I mean, if the workers are getting paid, rightfully so, because if you guys know Japan's like
brutal work culture,
brutal work culture.
Yeah,
I'll keep it like that, or whatever. It's pretty injustice, or so. I want the artists to have more rest and make sure they have a livable wage and they get to be with their families or whatever. So this one is a little difficult. So if it's successful, then it ends up gonna be oversaturated and it gets boring real quick. But then if it's bad or whatever, then we're not getting good animes coming to America. So I don't know, man. Right. So I'm not sure.
Can I jump in real quick before
Stacey goes? Okay, go ahead.
One more thing before, like, the reason why isekai and slice of life is so popular over there is because like it's wish fulfillment for them. Like, because they live like such shitty lives. It's corporate, like MMA Christine was saying, like it's so brutal over there that, and some of them, like, that's why all these like high, when you watch like those slice of life or like rom-com animes, those confessions are so like overblown and dramatic, because like that's not part of their culture over there. It's like really low key. It's really quiet. Everyone's like, speaking in like codes because they don't want to actually address.
They want to escape. They want to escape from the day-to-day,
like all those like big dramatic scenes are like, that's how they fulfill their life. Whether it's like an isekai power fantasy or like those rom-com progressions. That's why like
or the high school shows.
Exactly.
Yeah. Go back to the days when they were happy.
My Dress Up Darling. My Dress Up Darling is a good one. Yeah. So,
what do you think, Stacey? And then we will finish with Cyfax.
I have to agree with Brandon. Like this comes off of like too much in the mystery. You don't know what could happen. Do you want to be successful? Yeah, but what's the cost? Because I mean, Name brought it up earlier. The middlemen, the production committees, they want things changed. Now, MAPPA and Netflix, I'm like, is MAPPA going to be able to do what they want to do? Because Netflix, you know, they're going to be like, well, if you're putting it on our platform, you have to take this out too. So does it like, are they trade like what Brandon said earlier? Are they trading one Dom for another? Like,
yep, one set of whips and chains for another set of whips and chains.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Sci-Fax, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem with this is that, I mean, I'm going to go back to what I kind of more know is, which is Hollywood movies and stuff, which is like, whenever you try to adjust to the way of the wind type of deal, and you're doing it on like a turn of a dime, like it sounds like, hey, we kind of already had something that worked, but like as soon as it worked, let's just run with it. I mean, that essentially is a good idea, but if you have nothing else to run with, like I don't know MAPPA that well, so maybe they have a bunch of great IPs sitting in the background that I'm not aware of, like because I don't follow like these kind of studios like I do Western stuff, like so I don't know. Maybe they have some great stuff that they can just cook up and like, hey, let's start launching this out there.
Oh, they have.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
They've created a lot of stuff, but I'm not aware of them actually owning any IPs directly.
Okay, yeah,
well,
yeah.
That's the problem.
Still,
yeah, they've done JJK.
They do that, and then
Man.
they still have their own creative license to it. But if they have to start like kowtowing to like the Western ideals or something like that, I don't want to see any of that. Like, because that's going to ruin everything. Everything that comes to the West that's from any of these outlets and any general aspect or whatever, it always turns to shit. Like we've seen it, you know, hundreds of times to the point where it's ridiculous. So I mean, if they get full creative control and they can still just do whatever they want, but they just happen to release it on said platform, great, fantastic. We'll probably get some more great stuff. I'm all for that. But if we can start seeing the Western bullshit bleed into their stuff, like, hey, we got to change this, we got to change that, I don't like that. I mean,
nobody's interested in that at all.
The problem is whenever these companies like this take over or they start putting their influence into there, it ruins it immediately, like it basically instantaneously. So
big facts.
Yeah, I mean, if they have full control, great. If it's 50-50 or even less than that, it's gonna go bad, or it's gonna go south real quick.
All right. Now I need to turn this over to Name. Name, it's your time to shine, baby. All right, you've been waiting your whole life for this,
Gundam
man.
Time?
It's Gundam time, man. But first, before I do, I want to just kind of preface it with this right here. All right, Mobile Suit Gundam's Hathaway Flash, the Wix, and Kalia is going to be screened in over 850 theaters in North America. But since its distribution by Bandai Namco Filmworks, it looks like Bandai Namco Filmworks is handling the distribution. All right. I thought this was interesting. You shared this in the group. I was like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that Bandai Namco is handling distribution now? It's no longer going to be handled by individual outlets. It's handled by the studio themselves. This is very, very interesting. It says it's pretty impressive that they're managing theatrical distribution in-house on a scale of 850 theaters. You never see this. All right. You will never see something like this happening. And now it's happening. Name?
I mean, I want to say one thing first, bro. Like they still, that auto translation, it still needs like a little bit of work because, like, you know, they.
Oh yeah, this is the original right here, folks.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, sometimes they still can't catch it, but you know, like we talked about, like they're this is a big move because, like, you know, whatever loss they have, and the film didn't do like, you know, it didn't do crazy numbers like Demon Slayer. Like I think last I checked, it was like at 850K, and you know, I know it did big in Japan. So I brought this question to the chat, like, are they okay with like doing less internationally if it does like good domestically? Because like I feel like even though they're more open to like an international market now, like anything like a Demon Slayer Chainsaw Man, they're like, oh yeah, bro, we love all that money. But I wonder if, like, you know, they're like, as long as it hits in like our home country, we're good. Like anything outside of it's like extra, because like this was like because Bandai Namco Filmworks, I think they also published the Slime Isekai movie, but I think that was in collaboration with, I think, Crunchyroll, because Crunchyroll, like, I think owns the rights. But this is like one of the ones where when I was like in the theater, I only saw like their like Bandai Namco Filmworks before, like, you know, the movie. So it's just so it is a big move because they've been starting to like do more of this. They did one in like January for like a double feature. They did it for like for another movie like a few years back, and they're really trying to like go global with this. So I wonder if, like, you know, and they're really pushing this too, because like they were trying to advertise this at the Angels game. Like they had, like, you know, someone show up and, like, you know, give everyone the headband, say like, oh, go watch the movie. So I wonder, like,
I saw that. Yeah, they're going all in on this.
Yeah, and it's crazy because like it only had a 1 week run because like I'm not seeing it like as many showings as I did on like the day of. So like if you wanted to watch it, it was like last week. But I think everyone that wanted to watch it saw it because like every showing that I went to, all Gundam fans, you know, everyone who like knew the material. So like maybe they're just happy with that, you know, just building out their hardcore fan base, because this was one of the movies like you have to do homework on.
Well,
so.
I'm curious how like Japan like scales their success versus the way that like the US scales success versus on like their movies and or TV shows or whatever. Because it's like when I think about this stuff in general, I look at something like Godzilla -1, right? That they, like when they were said, or they asked like, hey, everybody who's seen it loves this movie. It was made for less than 15 million. Everyone says 15 million, but when they asked the director, he was like, I wish I would have had that. So it's like you get this immediately massive, awesome Hollywood style movie for less than 15 million. So these animation projects, I'm assuming, might be around the same price, maybe even less, whatever. But it's like, what is considered like a success in Japan compared to America? Because like in America, we know like, hey, we know the theaters take 50%. We know they do this, whatever. I don't know how it works in Japan to where they're like, hey, this was an absolute win. That's where like whenever I see this stuff in general, that's where I'm kind of confused at, because it's like I don't know what's considered great over there, because they could be like, dude, we made $5 million, but for $5 million for them might be like a fucking just a
I mean, think about country size as well.
On,
like,
you know,
like Japan is a smaller country than us, even though.
Well, exactly. You know, that's why I'm like, I wonder what is considered like a massive success for them, like something like, you know, so the Reze arc one, but made 187 or whatever it was, but then that other movie that came out, God, I can't remember the name of it at the top of my head, but it made like 600 million or something.
Demon Slayer
worldwide. Demon Slayer.
Demon
Slayer just destroys all over the place. So it's like that must be even crazier, because it's like, hey, if something under 200 is doing good out here, if something did under 200 but it was roughly around the same price or even maybe possibly double, we'd be like, that's a fucking loss, you know. But out there they could be like, that's, dude, we're killing it. So I don't know the price differences. And like I keep saying, or what, like I started with which is like the Godzilla -1 thing, it's under 15 million and it did this massive fucking thing. It technically didn't make like 400 million. It did really good numbers and everybody liked it, but I don't know what that equates to success wise out there. I don't know. I mean, I would like to know. Like,
I've got it. It's hard to know what's like successful in one country versus another.
Exactly. I asked the AI the question.
The budget
what is considered successful for a film release in Japan, and I've got numbers for you.
Okay. Let's take a look.
If you want to pop it up here. So
there it is.
In Japan, film is typically considered a solid success if it grosses over 1 billion yen, which is $6.5 to $7 million USD, depending upon the current rate, with 5 to 10 billion making a major success. So in the 30 to 40 billion,
so everything they release is just fucking killing it over there.
Well, not everybody over there goes to the movies. So that is a decent number for them.
When it becomes a worldwide thing, like, that's crazy.
Well, looking at it here, 30 to 40 billion yen, All-Time Elite, Spirited Away, Demon Slayer, Mugen Train, those made 30 to 40 billion yen over there.
So those are
rare cultural phenomena.
Those are equivalent to US $1 billion to them.
Yeah.
Wow. That's nice. Okay.
Yeah. So it doesn't take much, but I do know that on the TV ratings, The rating
That's what I was
system,
curious about.
how they calculate that is percentage of households. So, as an example, My Hero or Spy Family was hovering between 3 to 4% of their whole entire population watching it. So that's in the neighborhood of 6 to 10 million people. Whereas something like Detective Conan or One Piece is getting double that. So you're having, 1 in 10, 1 in 9, 1 in 8 households across the whole entire country, old and young, tuning in to watch that show when it broadcasts live, not on the replays, the live broadcast. So, yeah, their definitions are definitely different because of how their money scales differently than ours currently.
It is definitely, the yen is weaker than the dollar, and so you got to kind of balance it out from that point. That's a good point there, Brandon. All right, Name. This is your show. Walk us through Gundam. Look, Name already got it up, man. Now, walk us through it, man. Tell us what it is that we should be focusing on. You got the first one, the Gundam conference. All right, this is the Name show right now, because Name likes to take over my channel and likes to talk anime and likes to talk about Tokusatsu and all kind of crazy shit. Go ahead, Name. I got.
Before you do that, Name, I do need to go for the night.
You need to bounce. Okay, no problem.
I need to bounce. So
all right, look, let's thank you very much, Brandon, for coming through, man. Your addition to the channel is immeasurable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have Anime 101 coming up tomorrow?
Yeah, I do. And it will be broadcast here on YouTube. It'll be broadcast on the Green Machine and on the other Green Machine. But I have to be careful because I've got 2 strikes and they're both bullshit. But I've only got 15 days left on the first one. I got to get through those. I get through those 15 days. And then I can go back to being a little more full-throated.
Everybody,
then,
look, I know
what time is it? 7 a.m. my time.
That's a pause. Full-throated is a pause. I'm sorry. He's not here. I'm gonna be the white tea over here. Jesus.
Hey, it's 7 a.m. my time.
Yep, 7 Pacific, 10 Eastern.
10 Eastern. Everybody watch Brandon, the anime guy, tomorrow. He's going to tread lightly and carefully.
Yes,
but
until the second half of the show when
good.
we turn off the YouTube side. And then we can go and, be our bad selves.
Hey man, that's where I found you even before I met you on this panel here. I used to watch your stuff. I mean, I don't know if you remember me commenting or not, but it's like I would comment every now and then if I woke up early enough and I saw you on, I would watch your stuff, man. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Brandon starts my Saturday mornings, man. He's the first thing it's 7 a.m. Usually maybe 7:30, but I log in
7, 8 o'clock, and all of a sudden Brandon the anime guy's on. I'm watching that. There you go.
Yep, I'm listening. I'll be honest. I don't watch. I listen. All right, I just set it on my phone and I just.
Does anyone want to watch? Does anyone want to watch any of this? Come on, we just listen to this.
We just listen in the background, but it's all good, man. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you much.
I
appreciate it. Y'all have a great rest of the night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Later.
All right, Brandon, the anime guy, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate that. All right, Name. You on the clock. Go ahead, brother.
Bro, DA's like Jar Jar giving Palpatine emergency powers. Every time he makes me the the center of the stream. But
I always regret it.
Hey, do your job, or he's about to zap you with lightning, man. Get out of here,
bro. So
let's go, Name. Let's go, man. Make it quick. Come on.
We were trying to cover this last week, but I went and watched the Hathaway movie again with my friend because he had his graduation today, and he was like, "Hey, yo, bro, I want to go watch it." I'm like, "All right." So DA didn't know if I was going to show up, so that was taken off the docket. So we're like 1 week late, but there was a whole Gundam conference that they streamed. They talked about like the 50th anniversary, which is going to be held in 2029, and they're already building up to it. Like they dropped a lot of like huge announcements. They had like a huge stream. They had like this promotional video that they dropped like 3 years ahead of schedule, and it was pretty good. We can play it for the stream, but we have to like keep it muted because there's like music. But if you want, we can try to like drop the link for you guys to just watch it on your own and then come back. Well, actually, no, this is a bad idea because we want to keep the viewers on the stream. But it was a really cool PV. I don't know if you guys want to play it without the music because it doesn't. I feel like it doesn't hit the same. Like the visuals are strong, but like I think that music adds an extra element to like it. And it was funny because, like,
I mean, to be fair, music does add a lot of like a depth and whatever to a lot of what's going on sometimes. Because you could be saying some weak ass shit, but you got that strong music going on.
Look, I don't have no strikes right now, names, so we can risk it. Go ahead, play what you got to play, bro.
Okay, I dropped all the links you needed in the chat. You just hold up.
All the links. Why is there? Why is there multiple links? What are you talking about?
If you scroll up, if you're here from like the beginning, I dropped everything. So like the next one, it's on YouTube. It's the Gundam 50th PV. That's the one.
This one right here?
Yeah.
All right, boy with Gundam. All right, let's go ahead and watch. Name trying to get my channel struck. But you know,
it's worth it.
Name's out here trying to get the boss to do work, man. This is great.
All right, here we go.
He's doing it now. He's gonna pay for it later.
Strike. No, I'm kidding.
Right.
You're gonna hit for those music.
Oh, I'm quite sure. Right now, I wouldn't be surprised.
I'll pause it right there. Maybe to break it up a little bit so I don't get hit immediately. I'm going to get it on the back end because once this all drops, I'm going to get hit. This is 5 minutes. Name, what are you doing, man?
Bro, it's fine. Bro, I swear it's peak, bro. It's okay. Let's give some context. So when this drops, remember that Mandalorian and Grogu
it's a quarter of an episode. What are you doing?
Bro, remember that Mandalorian and Grogu like PV that dropped last week that we were clowning on?
I love the fact he keeps on going about it too.
This is what happens when you ain't got a channel and you just like out here sharing shit because you think everything is sweet.
I saw this video.
It's like, bro, this is 5 minutes of shit.
It was a quick, easy watch. It's a simple 7 minutes.
Oh yeah,
don't worry about it.
Right, bro.
But let's draw some parallels. So remember that Mandalorian and Grogu animated PV that we were clowning on last stream. So this came out first, and then like that one followed. And I was seeing a lot of discourse. You know, people were clowning the Mandalorian one, saying it was like, you know, it's kind of suspicious that they came out so quickly. That, you know, people were saying the voice was AI generated, the animation was AI generated. Saying like the soul of that one was like, you know, they're saying like this one did what that one was trying to do. And I know it was 5 minutes, but you know, I think this one did the whole like, you know,
saying that. What kind of what is your algorithm like tuned to? Like to where you're seeing people who react to this.
Sci-fi.
Right, let's keep going.
When Name talks about Gundam, he goes hard, man.
No, but I feel like this one, you know, you're gonna see it, but I feel like, and if you've seen the Mandalorian and Grogu like animated PV that they did, you'll know what I'm talking about. But I feel like this one does the whole like, you know, passing down your love for like something to your kids better than like, that one did.
Name starts talking about Gundam, and all of a sudden his camera starts doing this, dude. You're just like in the background. Like, I'm not even moving, but like my camera is definitely like it's going up. It's going up. I'm just going. And then
All right, pausing for copyright. Name, what are we watching here? Are we just watching the trailer? Can I just link it in the chat and just let everybody watch it on their own? Like, do I have to watch this? Because I'm not saying it's a bad trailer, but like, bro,
I mean, if you want, but I think, look, this is like, I think this one was like, you know, it's
music video, man.
It is, you know, it was kind of like that's why it's like asking, because like the music is like so important for it, because like the guys that wrote the song, they did it so with like this in mind. And what you're seeing, you know, this is like, it's really cool because like this is like what a kid feels when they're like watching like Gundam. I know, like, you know, we had that talk about like, you know, the animation's a little like, you know, outdated, and like, you know, hopping people on is like really hard. But when you're a kid and you like watch this kind of stuff, like, you know, I kind of got that feeling. It's like, bro, yeah,
this is you right here, like, as a kid, right? This little scene right here. This is you.
Yeah, you know, him and his friends, and then like, so what you're gonna see through this like PV is like, you know, you're gonna see like a brief history of Gundam, because like you saw the first one, and then you're like, you know, they showed a bit of like the second series. So like, you know, you're gonna see like this guy grow up, and he's gonna like start sharing like, you know, Gundam with his son, and Gundam is gonna start evolving, because like this is like his Gundam. This is like, you know, he's watching like, you know, OG trilogy Star Wars, and then like his son is gonna grow up with like the prequel trilogy. Not necessarily, but like, you know, that vibe I'm getting, you know, like it's the different vibe, but it's still Gundam. So
okay, I'm not gonna risk anymore. I get it. I get it. What's the next one you got? Name. Let's go. Let's bring it next.
All right.
Let's bring the next one. All right, next clip or next article. What you got? This is the name show, ladies and gentlemen. He's bringing his specific measure of anime to us with Gundam, because he's been trying to get us to watch Gundam. If you saw our group, man, Name has been begging for us to watch Gundam.
I watch Gundam.
You a Gundam fan? Did you watch Hathaway?
No, I have not watched that, but I've watched Gundam Wing, G Gundam, the original Gundam, Gundam Build Fighter. Unfortunately, Gundam Witchblade, horrible. What's it called? Gundam Blood Orphan. Highly recommend Gundam Blood Orphan for new anime fans to watch. So yeah.
I've actually seen Mobile Suit Gundam, Gundam Wing. I actually saw the Gundam Wing movie that went along with that.
The best Christmas movie ever, Endless Waltz.
Yep, that was it. My number one favorite of all time, Mobile Fighter G Gundam.
Yep, G Gundam.
What was it? Gundam 00. Gundam 00. MS Gundam, and the 8th Gundam, not to mention
oh yeah, I forgot Gundam Seed is trash. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's gonna be the next
Iron Blooded Orphans too.
Yeah, Iron Blooded Orphans is good. It's a good modern day Gundam.
You know, it's crazy that MMA Kreese King says that, because in Japan, Seed is like probably one of the most popular ones. I think, you know, it like in the popularity polls, it barely beat out like Gundam Wing. And
what?
So this is a sequel movie. So so this is a sequel movie. So like they slated this as an OVA. So this is like what do they call it? An interquel. So like they had, so like this is a set in between like one of the anime series, Seed Destiny, and the movie that they released like 2-3 years ago, Seed Freedom. And originally this was going to be an OVA, but because of the success of the Seed Freedom movie, they're like, you know, we'll punch up the script and we'll make it like a full blown like release. So, and that's another thing that we, you know, we're talking. It was crazy that MMA Kreese King like brought that up in chat, because like we're talking about it. He said like, oh bro, Seed is trash, and I was like, you know, I was in the middle of my watch, and it's crazy because like we have all these opinions here about like Gundam in the West, because like that's something that I've been observing. The West has like, you know, their taste and their feel for Gundam, and then like in Japan they have their own taste, and like Seed is incredibly popular over there. Like that Seed Freedom movie, it's been like over a decade since like Seed Destiny, I think, at least like almost like 2. So, and like that movie got delayed like so long, and it came out and like it shot up the leaderboard. Like I don't know if it's like, you know, in the all timers, like, you know, but I think for Gundam it's like probably the second most successful Gundam movie, I think, unless I'm mistaken, second or third.
I think I'm giving my opinion. Maybe why C wasn't that successful. I think it's because we were just spoiled with too many good like protagonists, like with Wing or like with G Gundam or Orphans or whatever. It's just with this particular cast, nobody's likable, or whatever, or like not rememberable, or I just don't care about those characters or whatever. In my opinion,
I think that's the main reason there, Crease King. I don't remember any characters from this series that make me want to go back and watch Seed. I can watch almost any kind of Gundam. Hell, I can watch SD Gundam and all its spinoffs, but I can't find it within me to watch Seed.
Yeah.
And then that's our point of view, but like over there for some reason, like they love this to death, you know, like, and this for them, like they're gonna bring it over here like they did with the Seed Freedom movie, but like this is like mainly for them. And then like in this like whole debate of like, you know, are they still catering to like, you know, their domestic or like international audience? I think like they're trying to hit this like balance, because like in the like next few announcements you're gonna see a little bit of that international love they're gonna give us. So the next one,
Gundam was the first one to come over to America, so that's not the first one, but so
I would think growing up with like Power Rangers, you know, in the early 90s or whatever, is one of my favorite shows ever when I was a little kid, that I would be like really more into Mechazords and like some type of, you know, giant robots and stuff, but I never got into it. So, and like when anime does it, I'm just like, okay, you're already a cartoon. Now you're a cartoon inside of like another fantasy crazy object. Like, when I think of anime, like I like to think of them either as like samurai or crazy superpowers. So when it like mecha stuff doesn't vibe with me at all. So I've never watched any of it because I'm like, I just don't care. I'm like, you're just a dude.
Well, that's the beauty of it.
Something cooler. No, I'm sure there's great characters and everything.
But what my point is that it's just kind of the beauty of anime is that like you're an anime fan. But like this particular segment doesn't really work and that's great because there's stuff that you do like, and there's stuff that I like that might not rock with what you like, you know?
100%. Yeah.
So Cyphex, right. I think you might like this Gundam. I think you might like G Gundam. It's like Dragon Ball Z mixed with Gundam, dude. Like I think
No. Crease King, respectfully, I gotta disagree with that one. I wouldn't say Dragon Ball. Nope. I wouldn't say Dragon Ball Z. I would say like Tekken, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat kind of stuff.
I mean, tournament style. I think he'll like that one. Like if you was to,
I might be into that. Like, look. If I'm being honest, and I mean I've said it before, it's like I'm probably the most normie on here in general. But it's like at the same time, I feel I get the general idea of like what people like in anime. Like I'm like, I can lead you to the right direction to go to people like you guys to be like, hey, this is what's up. It's like, you start with someone like me, like I'm the novice, and then you go like actually I don't want to say the levels here literally on the screen, because I don't know about because I don't know, DA is the top of the charts here, but it's like if you look at it, I'm definitely the novice level, like a Mortal Kombat fighting ring. You start at novice and then you just go up and up and then you just keep going. But it's like, I'm not the guy you go for an expert opinion. And
don't worry, gentlemen. I showed Cyphex the first 2 episodes of Iron Blooded Orphans. That man was interested. I don't know if he kept watching, but he said that
I
was
did not. But that was one of the few that, because we watched a bunch of shows back to back. And we watched them. A bunch of them were recommendations from, oddly enough, anime. Brandon, the anime guy, and some of them were not great. Like I'll just say that. That's the best way to put it. They were not great.
Let's shift it up. Name. We got a live action film coming up with Gundam. Gundam is huge, man. I'm gonna let you run it. I gotta hit the head. Okay, I'll be right back. It's on you now, man. Go ahead.
All right. So now that he's gone, we're gonna take it over. All right, I'm just kidding. But so this one, like, this is a lot of overlap with, like, DA's main content. This is like the Gundam Hollywood one. This is the one where they're doing with Netflix, and they have they have an international like director. They have like Sydney Sweeney, Noah Centennial on this. And when DA comes back, I'll ask him to bring up the stream where they're talking about it. But they're shooting in Australia right now. The director talked about they're building sets, and they have a lot of indication that this is going to be set. It's an original story set in the longest like Gundam timeline, the UC timeline. So you're talking about your Gundam, your Zeta Gundam, like all that stuff, and they're doing like they're really staying away from like the main story. So like you don't have to do homework. It's like a side story. So like they can kind of call back and reference events. So like longtime fans can be like, oh my god, I recognize that. But it's also like a good entry point for like new fans. So like they're not burdened by like, okay, I need to watch this to understand this movie. And from the leaks I've seen, like some of the symbols, like they're talking about Earth Federation, which is like a UC thing. But it's also like we've also heard like the term Earth Federation for like other Gundam spin-offs. But yeah, and the director had like when he was speaking, like when they did like the message from him, he had like the 8th MS team shirt on. So like, and that kind of lines up with like the details that we've been hearing about this story. It's about like, two people, Sydney Sweeney and Noah Centennial on like opposite sides of the war, crossing paths. And that's kind of like, it sounds like, I haven't seen the 8th MS team, but from like, the stuff I've gleaned about it, that sounds like exactly about that. And I think this is like, they made that choice deliberately because like Gundam is like a very weird, it's like a fascinating thing. You have like the more like realistic, like, ground combat realistic Gundam. And then like, there's other Gundams that go into like full God mode, like, like the stuff Cyphax talks about, like anime, like going like, crazy bonkers, like
G Gundam.
G Gundam, Double O, Wing, like, you like Planet Buster, like rifles and
Devil
stuff.
Gundam.
Devil Gundam.
Devil
and then like,
Gundam.
you have like something like OG Gundam or like 8th MS team or War in the Pocket where it's more grounded, like, it's like just missiles, rockets, like, and like the most you'll get is like a beam saber or something. So like I think they're leaning towards that to like cater towards an international audience because like some people just they'll never rock with anime for whatever reason. There's like that stigma that I'm only gonna watch live action, like animations for like kids and stuff. And I think this is an easy way for them to like get people invested in Gundam without like making it quote unquote cartoonish or like anime-ish. Like this is like they're compromised, I feel.
What have y'all been talking about? I have no idea.
Oh, we were just talking.
Hey, look,
about
everybody, real quick. We're going for 6+ hours, man. We just getting started, man. This thing is going all the way past 3 a.m. on the West Coast because we're going to be covering the Anime Awards with Crunchyroll. I don't know who else is going to be hanging with us. It's going to be me and Name for sure. Name, you got your 5-hour energy drink, man?
Bro, I
got to go do something. I might be able to go do something, go there for like an hour and a half and still come back. You guys might still be live. Yeah,
look, I got my look here I go, man. I got my little 5-hour energy drink. Okay. We are streaming for the next 4 hours for sure. So don't go nowhere. All right. Or if you go somewhere, come back. All right. I got my 5-hour energy drink, man. We're going to watch the Crunchyroll Anime Awards, man. It's going to be dope.
I'm going to go ahead and dip. I'm gonna dip out for like maybe a couple hours, DA. If you guys are still live, I might come back. But yeah.
Hey, you got the link, Crease. If you make it back, great. If you don't, it's okay too.
I'm in the same boat. I'm gonna go take care of some stuff, but I mean, I didn't know you were going for another 4 hours.
We're going all the way up until
I'm definitely gonna come back. I'm gonna go do what I need to do, and then I'll be right back.
Everybody, do what you got to do because when we come back, we're gonna cover topics. So you can always watch it on the replay. We're gonna cover topics. When we come back, we're gonna talk about the Anime Awards. Yeah, for sure.
So I'll be back.
All
right, Crease. All right, Cyphax.
Don't worry about what I'm gonna go do. Like, don't worry.
Bro, he's gonna
go tear it up.
Bro, he's gonna pop a honey pack and come back.
Hey, some of us have things to take care of. Yeah, man. That's all good. Thomas just lost it. He's like 6 hours.
Got to go do a
DA, are you on crack?
I am on crack. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right. I'm on crack.
All right, guys. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, brother. Peace. All right, so Crease, thank you very much for coming through. Everybody, subscribe over to MMA Crease King and For the Homies podcast. All right, we're gonna try to get him on board on Anime Nights. He'll be a regular, so everybody get used to him, man, because he's gonna be here. Yes, sir. All right, thanks, Chris. Appreciate you, brother. All right, name. As you were.
The next thing I have, like, you know, and you weren't here for it, but there's like a little like clip of like the director of Gundam, live action Gundam, Jim Mickle. He's talking about like the production. I put the YouTube link, and there's like the timestamp which you go to.
Man, are you still trying to get me burned, man?
No, that's that. There's no copyright. There's no copyrighted music for that section. It's just him talking. Don't worry about it.
Is it this one? No, that's
yeah.
Not
it should be after the live action one. It's a stream, and then the timestamp you jump to is like 23:48.
All right, here we go. You said 23:48.
Yeah. And you can safely turn the volume on. There's no copyrighted music for that section. It's just the director talking. Well, this is the produced. Yeah, this is the Bandai Namco.
Well, it says 23:44. So you said 23:48.
Yeah, I gave you a bit of leeway because like I didn't know exactly, but you know, this is the director.
All right, we'll put it right here, 23:50. That's close enough. All right, let's watch.
The Bandai Namco Filmworks, like I think he's like the head producer. He actually went down to the set, and it's like, you know, they're keeping these guys involved. So like, you know, if you're worried about like them going Hollywood, you know, they have some people to check them, so hopefully that's enough. But yeah.
All right, let's listen.
情報がたくさんあって詳しくはちょっとお話できないんですけど、まあともかくセットが組まれてたんですけど、非常にやっぱり大バジェットのハリウッド映画なんで非常にセットが素晴らしい。でなかなか中身は言えないんですけど、カメラがめちゃくちゃでかい。まあこちらにもカメラありますけど、カメラクレーンみたいなカメラなんですよ。もう10人ぐらいでそれを動かしてるぐらい。
いいな、なんかもうカメラ界のビグザムみたいなものがそこにあるわけですね。
いやもう本当すごいもうラスボスみたいなカメラが出てきてましたけど、やっぱりもう全然なんかそれほど僕も日本の実写だったりとかいろんな現場見てるわけではないですけど、やっぱりさすが違うなとは思ってますので、ここからどういうフィルムになっていくかっていうのをすごく僕個人でも楽しみにしております。
きっとね、ハリウッドも本腰を入れてくれてるってことがそこからも伝わってきてますが、今日はですね、その現場。
So he's the what is this guy? He's the what is his role in the live action?
That guy he's the Bandai Namco Filmworks, I think, like president, or like, you know, he's one of like the top dogs at like Bandai Namco Filmworks. So like, you know, we were talking about their publishing division earlier. He's one of the like the guy that oversees like all those projects. You know, I thought it was just anime at first, but then like now that he said like, you know, he's on the set of the live action, so I guess like, you know, he's involved with that too. So like he's an important guy. I've been seeing his name a lot. That guy that was just talking, Naohiro Ogata. So yeah, so he. Sorry.
Man, budget chat, bro. Man, look, I'm still a novice, man. I'm still trying to figure this shit out. I'm not anywhere close to that.
Don't look at me, budget cat. I'm still learning too. But from what I'm getting, from what Name is saying, I'm thinking if he's that high up, he's possibly a producer, maybe even a top executive producer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let him continue.
から監督ジム・ミックルさんのメッセージが届いているということで、早速ご覧ください。
Hello, everyone at Gundam Conference. I am Jim Mickle, the director of the live-action Gundam movie, and it means a lot to be able to say that right behind these doors, we've officially started production on something truly epic. We are here on the Gold Coast of Australia, where we've been designing and building amazing sets featuring some of the most iconic ships and mobile suits from the series, along with some new additions that we're very excited to introduce to you. Our Gundam is a big story. It's about conflict and war, but in the end, it's a very human story. So we are deep in it right now, and we can't wait for you to see what we've been working on.
すごくやっぱりジムいい。
So that's the dude directing the Sydney Sweeney movie, right?
Yeah.
You're muted, Name.
And yeah. I think, fuck, I forgot what he directed on. He directed Sweet Tooth on Netflix, I think. Have you seen that? I think that's like, you know, the credit they named when they name dropped him. But and then they're about to talk about it, but the director, so he knows a bit of Gundam. So it's not like they just picked like a guy that didn't know anything off the street. So like he had a bit of knowledge. So like, and they hired him. and it sounded like he was doing his research. Like he's a fan. He mentioned like old ships and new ships. So like we were talking about when you were in the bathroom, like they're gonna be it's gonna be like one of those stories where they're gonna call back to some stuff that it's gonna be set in a specific place in the Universal Century timeline, but it's not so in depth that you have to watch all these like different things to understand the movie. Like they're more like little like oh, I recognize that, instead of like, oh, I need to know this plot point to understand this plot point. So it's like kind of a good way to ease people in. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like a side story to like the main like timeline is what they're trying to go for.
So what is the goal of this Gundam movie? Are they trying to like what are they trying to do? Is this just like, hey man, we got a different story, we want to tell it with live action? Like, what is the goal of the movie?
That was another thing we were talking about. Remember, like we've been talking about it in a few streams. Like some people will never watch anime for like if their life depended on them for some reason.
Right.
We're talking about like they think animations for kids, or like there's just something about that they're never going to watch. But they'll watch live action adaptations. They'll watch like live action movies, and I think that's one way for them to like reach an audience. And I know Gundam hasn't done well traditionally with like live action, the G Savior project, but this is like, now that they're locked in, it's kind of like the Nintendo situation. They had a flop back then. They didn't know what they were like fully doing with live action or like with their IP, and then now they're refocusing. They have a better understanding of like international markets. So I feel like this is another way for them to like hit a new demographic, the live action. And it's also like we talked about like DA, like I was trying to put everyone on that Gundam, but it's like it's so much homework that you have to do to like watch that new movie. This one, it doesn't. You don't have to do that. You can just jump in. Like I said, all those like little references, it'll be fun if you like, a longtime fan, if you've seen it. But like for new fans, I feel like they're making it for those like, that's been their like trajectory recently. Like even with the
look, Alpha Proto is asking, will this fit into the timeline?
I think they from what I've been hearing about the story, it's gonna fit in the Universal Century timeline, so like the longest running Gundam timeline. But again, this is just grain of salt like stuff for now. We don't know anything until like they fully release details. But they mentioned like I've seen leaks of some of like the vehicles. They have like the Earth Federation logo on it, so like that feels like a UC callback. And for reference, Universal Century is like the longest like running Gundam timeline. Like Stacey and MMA Crease King were bringing up the AUs like G Gundam, Wing Gundam. Like those are like contained stories, whereas like UC is like that's their like quote unquote MCU. It's where like you have a beginning, you have your middle, and like the UC timeline. And from what it sounds, this is going to be in like during or like sometime during the 1 year war or like an offshoot. So like they can like reference like the OG Gundam without like actually having to bring in like those guys.
Got you. Okay. All right. You would also put this in the private chat. Gundam Con has been announced leading up to Gundam's 50th anniversary. So next year, 50 years of Gundam, kind of like Star Wars, 50 years of Star Wars. Gundam Con has been officially announced. The first event will be held at the Makahari Mess. I think that's where they had Star Wars Celebration, actually, in January of 2027, with subsequent events planned worldwide. Built around the concept of creating together with our fans, the event will offer a wide range of exciting experiences to watch the Gundam conference. Check out the link. So Gundam Con in 2027. Were you just shouting it out, or did you have something specific you wanted to talk about?
Okay, so this was another thing that I was interested in because it didn't mention it in this post, but they're planning on like doing the same thing with Star Wars Celebration, where they kind of like move the location every year. So it's going to start in Japan, of course, but they mentioned like this being an international thing. Like every year they're going to try to move the venue, and I think that's another like interesting thing because like normally you think this is just like a Japanese thing because Gundam's biggest in Japan, but also like I was like through my research, like Gundam's like pretty big in like certain countries. Like Mexico has a pretty decent like Gundam fan base. Like Asia's got a pretty decent like Gundam fan base. Yeah. So like this is, and also like the way you get in, it's like it's really interesting because like a lot of like from what I saw like the recent Star Wars the Star Wars convention, like they had a bit of like controversy with like the ticketing because like the queue was getting like overloaded or something. For this one, like they're doing like a ticket system. So like, you know, you have to apply for a lottery to like win a chance to like get into the convention. So I think it's like pretty interesting. They're big on like they're big on like lottery systems in Japan for like, you know, things like, I know Switch 2 had like a lottery system when it was coming out initially. So like, you know, that's just like, you know, I thought it was interesting. Yeah.
So it's really huge then. If they're doing a lottery system, it's gotta be big.
I also think it's
but here's the question, Name. Are they going to do that all over the world or just in Japan?
That's a good question, because I feel like they might, because, you know, maybe they have to like compromise for like international conventions, but I feel like the lottery system's also like a good like it's good scalping control, because like not everyone can get in, and like, you know, if the scalper's lucky, they're going to get in, but like, you know, usually
the scalpers are going to get in. Look, listen, the scalpers are going to get in.
They'll find a way.
Right? But the scalpers are going to get in. All right. Oh, we got a lottery system to make it fair. The scalpers are going to get in.
They're going to find someone to basically backdoor them in there.
Oh,
Watch.
yeah.
Look, listen, man. All right. I'm not going to say how I know this, but I know that scalpers have like systems where they can get in, like how you're trying, like, oh, I'm one guy and I'm trying to log into an account, bro. They got like one person represents 100 people, 100 people trying to log in. All right. Where you're just one dude, one guy has 100 different opportunities versus your one. That's the scalpers.
Yeah.
Don't even worry about it. The scalpers are going to get the tickets. Okay.
Yeah.
The same thing like you just said with Star Wars Celebration. The scalpers are getting the tickets. All right. That's just how it is.
And I also think it's interesting because Gundam, it had a very interesting way of dealing with scalpers, like, because I heard like during the pandemic, you know, when things were starting to open up, like they released like some like full sets and people were like trying to scalp it. And then the way like they controlled that was they're asking you like Gundam specific questions. So if you didn't know they're quizzing you basically. So if you didn't know like certain like answers to like whatever questions they're asking, like they're not selling it to you. And I don't know like how that's gonna work, is like, you know, people can just search it up if it's in like an online forum or whatever. But they've been pretty like on top of like controlling like their distribution.
Yep.
If they're gonna do that, they're probably gonna make it to where like you can't try to find the answer right then and there. You need to do it off the top of your head, and that's how they're gonna get it. Or put time limits on it.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree. All right. Name what's next, man? What's the next one?
So they also announced in the stream they're remastering the original like 79 Gundam, so like the first Gundam series, they're remastering it because it's like, you know, it's pretty old series, and I think I dropped that link in the chat. Hopefully you can find it.
Is it this one?
Oh no, it's not that one. But if you want to talk,
name first, man. You should. I gotta sort through all this shit.
My bad. Okay, but this is like,
it this?
No, hold on. I'll find it for you. I got you.
All right, find that.
All right, but I'll just keep talking while I look for it. So, they're remastering the original Gundam, and I don't know to what extent, whether that's going to be a remake or like they're just like, you know, upscaling the original.
Okay.
Based on the wording, I'm not sure, but I'm assuming it's just like they're just like upscaling, like maybe for 4K or whatever for the original. Because remaking an anime, I know that's a big thing nowadays, but I think the old one holds up pretty well. I know they've like released compilation movies so you don't have to watch all like 43 episodes, but I don't know. In this like era of like, you know, we've seen it before. They'll remake like a classic anime in like a modern animation style. Like you're seeing it with Ranma Half. You're seeing it with Fist of the North Star that Brandon brought up earlier. You're seeing it with Urusei Yatsura. And it's just that question of like, you know, MMA Chris King brought it up, or like, you know, are they doing this because like, you know, the new generation, they can't watch like anything with like an old anime style because it just, you know, their brain needs that like dopamine hit of like, you know, smoother animation? Or is it like, you know, so like, you know, is that why they're doing it? Or is it like, you know, do they find value? Like, is anything of value going to be added through the remaster? Because like, I know it's like of its time, but it holds up pretty well. Like they're doing some really cool stuff back then with like hand-drawn stuff. And I think this is like one of the great examples of it. So I put it in the chat. So
all right,
I'll just I'll just keep like sending the whatever's.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Let me share this. Boom.
There we go. Thank you.
All right, so this is so this is the remaster project.
Yeah.
Celebrate the Mobile Suit Gundam 50th anniversary. We are launching a remastering project to bring generations into the world of Gundam. And then they give you a link to watch the Gundam conference. Okay.
Yeah, so it's just like I don't think they're gonna it is really expensive to like, make an anime from the ground up because the original Gundam production was really troubled. Like they originally tried to slate it for like 50 episodes, but it got cut down because of like production restraints. So like and they had to compromise for that 43. So I'm wondering if like I said, if this is gonna be a remake, are they gonna like, try to do the stuff that they cut out, or is it just gonna be like an upscale, a remaster? And then you start to wonder, like, because I've been seeing like, when you do like those upscales nowadays, like the easiest way is to just use AI, They did it with like Power Rangers, and because like, that's a dead brand over here, and like what they're doing now, they're just remastering Mighty Morphin with like AI upscale. So like, that's another question when you hear like remaster. Are they actually gonna put in like human effort to do it, or are they just gonna be like, testing the grounds for like, if this is something that AI can handle efficiently? So like I think this is like interesting to look out for. Like, is this gonna be like, and again, like wording is like very specific, when you localize it. I don't know like the Japanese one, but remaster to me sounds like it's just upscaling. That's all. They're not going to go through the effort of like reanimating, remaking. Like, so, but I'm looking out for this one. And then this is another like thing. This is another project they announced for the 50th anniversary. This is the Gundam. So they talked about Gundam Wing, and this is really interesting because during the conference, they specifically brought up America. They like Gundam, like America Kreese King and like Stacey said, Gundam Wing was the first like Gundam that was brought over, or it was the first big one because it was on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was this on Toonami? Back in the
Gundam Wing. Gundam Wing was the first one on Toonami, and then they got a hold of G Gundam.
Yeah.
And before they did anything else, the third Gundam series they got was in fact Mobile Suit Gundam.
Yeah.
So as far as America goes, it was Gundam Wing, G Gundam, then Mobile Suit.
Yeah. So for a lot of like people, this was their first taste of Gundam, which is why it's held in like such high esteem. And in fact, like we don't have it, but for the Gundam popularity poll for the North American results, like Wing Zero Custom won by a landslide. That's so you could tell like this is like our Gundam, and they celebrated the 30th anniversary last year. I'm sorry, and during the conference they mentioned that they're working on a new project, and they hinted that it's not just going to be like a small like 5-minute promotional video like they did with the 30th anniversary. It's going to be a full-fledged like they're going to put work into it. Now we don't know if that's going to be like an OVA, a movie, or like a series, but I think the fact that they brought up the international audience, America specifically, I think it shows that they're starting to consider us too. Gundam Wing is big over there too, but it's especially big for us. Like this is like, a lot of our first. So I wonder if this is a move where they brought like they're considering like international audiences, because they just straight up name dropped like over like America in that conference when I was watching it.
Right.
So I'm assuming I feel like this is part of their international push where like we saw that they're doing Seed Freedom for like them over there for like their people in Japan, and then over here it's like we're doing Gundam Wing because that's what you guys like.
Okay. All right. What's next?
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Wrong one.
Let's see if there's anything. I think this is all the big ones. There's like a lot of like little minor stuff that I can just like close out because like if you have other topics to get to, I can just like close it out right now. Try to put a lid on it. But
yeah, go ahead, close it up because I want to talk a little Detective Conan.
But yeah, like that was an interesting stream. You know, I was watching it like, hopefully you guys can like, if you guys want, you can go like search for it. It's on the Gundam like YouTube channel. But they talked about a lot of stuff that I think was like relevant to this. You know, they talked about like, there's like a lot of like, domestic stuff that they're doing, like, Sea Freedom. They talked about like international expansion. We're seeing like with the live action Gundam and like, them name dropping us in the Gundam Wing conversation. And they're also starting to do a lot of like collabs, like, with they're just trying to like overlap with like other things, like something that we're not going to bring up because it would just take more time. They're collaborating with an idol agency, HoloLive. And I find that interesting because, like, you usually don't think like, singing like dancing girls is like a franchise that you would associate with like, a story, like a war story. But I find that, they're trying more, they're trying to do like, they're trying like every avenue they can to like get profit. And that's just going to be like, a developing thing. We're seeing Bandai Namco Filmworks dip their toes into international distribution. We've seen them like do more collabs recently. So I like, I wonder if like, this is like the sign of like times are changing, like they just can't do it for Japan anymore, even though like, that's the heart of like their business. Like, are they starting to consider like audiences all across the board? And whether that will be like a good or bad thing, like it remains to be seen, because like we saw earlier with MMA Crease King, and there's a lot of mixed opinions about like Gundam throughout, like, who, depending on like who you ask. And I think that's one of the interesting things about like this like franchise, because like, everyone has like because it's like 50 years old, like Star Wars, like everyone like, are you like a purist, or are you like, more accepting of new stuff?
Yeah.
So it's basically like another like big Star Wars conversation.
I get in conversations with people about Star Wars all the time. And a lot of the anime side of it, they do kind of liken it to Gundam, although not 1-to-1, but they kind of say, yeah, there's a lot of different like factions of Gundam fans, because anytime a franchise hits 50 years, there's going to be factions. There's just no way around that, But yeah, thank you very much, Name, for that. I wanted to talk about Detective Conan, because for some reason, Detective Conan, I went over to Japan when I was in Japan last year. I could not believe how big Detective Conan was. I had heard of Detective Conan, obviously. Detective Conan is huge in Japan. It is big. It is like freaking Pokemon levels of big. And I'm tripping off of that, all right? This is on Anime Update.
I think,
let me read this real quick. Let me read this, and then I'm going to let you go. Right. Detective Conan Fallen Angel on the Highway surpassing 11.95 billion yen at the Japanese box office. The franchise has now become the first Japanese film series ever to achieve 4 consecutive films over 10 billion yen. The film has also entered the top 40 highest grossing films in Japanese box office history, currently ranking 37th all time after 38 days in theaters. Detective Conan is huge. It is big. When I went up to the Tokyo, what was that? The Sky Tree? They got a whole Detective Conan. Like, this is a major tourist trap. All right. It's like if you came to the LA Zoo and you went down to the LA Zoo and Hollywood and all kind of other spots in LA. The Tokyo Sky Tree is humongous. And they got a whole Detective Conan section inside the Tokyo Sky Tree, and everybody's rocking it out with it. Name, why is it so big, bro?
Bro, doesn't this like, I think it has more, or it rivals One Piece in like episode count, right? This is like a really long running series. Like,
it is. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, I didn't realize, like, again, I've heard of Detective Conan, but this thing is humongous in Japan. It's just not translating out west. Like, the West is just like, whatever. Stacey, do you have a theory on that? Because I don't understand it, man. It's like nobody's really tripping off of the Detective Conan like that out here, but in Japan, it's huge.
See, my theory is the timing, because in the 90s, you had the anime like Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, basically good versus evil stuff like that, like, fighting against evil like that. And that's why it didn't show up. But the thing is, like, a lot of people do know it here. It's just like I would say the timing is what caused it to get screwed over. Because if you actually post that during what, let's say, I say the mid 90s going into the 2000s over here, then you would have a much better chance. But they came in like, Alpha Proto just said it in the chat. It premiered in the US late. So there was already stuff out there. It was like making it hard for Case Closed or Detective Conan to get it.
Also, they didn't have like a
they're
weird
actually talking Bungie Cat.
Because I looked it up. Like, I think when they tried to
actually, that actually was one of the reasons why it was hard to get over here too, because it was kind of like the thing like early on how everybody says, hey, we can't get a one-to-one translation on the terms and stuff. But the thing was, they literally tried to censor it too, because one thing that they didn't want to try and do in the 90s was put anything with like drugs near kids. So and if you pay attention to the story, you know, oh, he got injected with something. They tried to keep that out of there, even though it's supposed to be meant there. So that screwed it over too, because they didn't explain it until later.
And they were
there's like so much that was working against it.
They were also like trying to change the names to like, you know, like more white names, because like these are like are really Japanese names, and like I think like they're trying to localize it. Like if you look, I was looking it up briefly because like, you know, I was seeing this in like with the news recently with like, you know, not just this, but like also the actress for Ran Mori passed away. So like there's like a whole like period of like people giving her flowers and stuff. Okay. But yeah, it was just like, you know, I think that was another thing. Like they changed the names, and like, you know, and we've seen that like when you try to change it too much, it's like you're starting to lose the original, like, you know, like, you know, was it hard? And I think that's another reason like why localization is especially hard. I don't know who did the original dub. I think they changed it later on, and like, you know, they try to line it up more with like the Japanese anime. But I heard like the first like localization, like they're taking a lot of liberties with like, you know, how they're gonna translate over here. And it feels like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're all right. It wasn't the fact they were taking liberties. It was the fact of like they couldn't get like some of like they knew Americans would not be able to get some of their original names. Like Kreese King brought it up earlier. Yu-Gi-Oh! We know for a fact there are 3 characters in the main cast who had their names changed completely from what it was. We know that it was Joey, Tristan, and Taya. The thing is, in the source material, their names are, for Joey, Katsuya Janochi. For Taya, it's Ansu Masaki. And for Tristan, it was Hiroto Honda. So they changed those names when they brought Yu-Gi-Oh! Over here. So that kind of situation basically happened here. They've realized, they felt that the Japanese names won't stick. That's why they.
Hey, Stacey, did we lose
you,
bro?
Is, though, from what I've heard,
you cutting out, man.
No,
Stacey, you there?
I'm still with you guys. I saw you guys.
Okay, all right. I think
I'm here.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, I think we're good now.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, basically the same thing that happened in case you missed it, the same thing that happened to Yu-Gi-Oh! With Tristan, Taya, and Joey happened here because they felt like they couldn't get the names to stick. Like a lot of people wouldn't be able to get it. Like, for example, Sailor Moon did it too. What was Sailor Moon's human name in Japan? Usagi. In America, it's Serena. So that's one of those things that just like didn't work.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just found it interesting that like one of the biggest anime in Japan is like almost like nobody cares here in America.
Yeah. And I think Stacey brought it up earlier. I think it comes down to like a matter of like timing and taste. Like over here, I think Shonen has become the really popular thing because like what was the first thing we got? We were getting like the Dragon Ball, we were getting like Yu Yu Hakusho, a lot of like that. Yeah. That was our big boom. And then like, you know, we just talked about Gundam. Like Gundam and Detective Conan are big in Japan, but like they have like little to like, you know, they have very little to no presence over here compared to like the big shonen ones. And I think that's just a matter of like, I think it comes down to like taste, because like I feel like, and I haven't seen Conan, so maybe this is a misjudgment, but it feels like those Gundam and Conan feel like more like slower stories, if you know what I mean. Like there's definitely action in there, but a lot of it feels like, you know, it's a lot of talking and a lot of like human stories. So like the actions in like the relationships like between people. Whereas like a lot of like the stuff that takes off right now is just like, you know, and you know, I don't want to generalize, but it's like a lot of fighting, a lot of like quick paced stuff, you know, like you might have a little talking, you might have a little, but it's just like, you know, cool action scenes, like, you know, like really like hype moments, like good versus evil. So I think like
I've never heard. I've never watched it. Have you guys watched Detective Conan? I've never seen an episode. That's why I wanted to bring it up, because it was like, whoa, this is one of the biggest anime in Japan, and like I've heard of it, but I've never watched it. And it seems like has anybody in the chat watched it? Can anybody avow that Detective Conan is actually good? Or is it just a weird one that Japan loves and nobody else?
No, Detective Conan is actually really good, especially like if you love crime drama, you love detective stories, that anime is right up your alley, because you're literally sitting there and like as they're going over the case, you're literally sitting there going, what evidence was going on? Where do I need to look? It's really good. It's just underrated.
It's a serious detective show, not a lot of fun. Interesting. Okay. I heard it, never watched it. Yeah, that's me, Mob.
Yeah,
I've heard all kinds of shit about Detective Conan. I've never stopped to say, hey, let me check it out. Let's see what it's all about. But the fact that you're saying it's a serious detective show, that kind of sparks my interest, because now I want to see it.
I love a good murder mystery, man. But it's also like, you know, this is another thing, like the MMA Chris King talked about earlier. Like when you're getting into anime, it's hard to like just jump into like these like behemoths of a show, like One Piece. And I think One Piece is a unique exception because of like how, you know, ingrained in like the culture it is. So like, you know, when you try to put someone on One Piece, they're more willing to watch that because like everyone's talking about it. So it's like, you know, it's like, oh, if I watch it, I can be part of the crowd. So like, you know, there's like that makes you like, you know, commit to like, and also because it's a good story, you know. But because Detective Conan, like, you know, it's very like, I would say niche over here. Like you're putting in that work for like what? Saying, you know, like, and that's not to be mean to it. That's just like the reality. Like it's same with Gundam. I've been trying to tell the boys to hop on, you know, and then like, you know, that's the question. It's like when you put your time, and I'm being serious here, like, you know, when you grow up, like, you know, you're working, you know, you have to hang out with friends, you know, D has to stream and all that. Like whatever free time he has to allocate it wisely. And like, you know, when you're asking someone to like, you know, invest in like a show that's like, you know, that not many people are going to be like, you know, a fan of, or like, you know, it's really hard to like conversate about. It's just like, you kind of just go like, what's the point? Because like, where am I going to apply this like knowledge, you know? Whereas like One Piece, like everyone's talking about One Piece, you know, that's a worthy investment. So I think that's also like how people like start to gauge these things. Like, you know, it's about like more like about like fitting in and like, you know, like being able to engage rather than like, you know, oh, I want to watch it for, you know, myself because it's so good.
Hey, look, I want to share this with Name real quick, man, because we were just talking about this offline. This is the LA Convention Center name. You see that?
Yo.
This right here. This right here. This is the hall. And then this is the other side. There used to be a bridge that connected all of this. All right. This is like time lapse. I don't know. But we're going to Anime Expo. Anime Expo, the biggest anime convention in the United States, in the US. All right. It's every year at the LA Convention Center. This is just a little time lapse photography. They're working on the convention center. And what they're trying to do is, I don't know, add like additional space. But they cut off this huge bridge that connected this side over here. All right. It connected here. It connected this to this. All right. These are two sides of the convention center. And you can see they're not connected anymore. There's no bridge in between these two. I don't know how Anime Expo is going to run, Name.
Yeah, they've been having to deal with the growth of it, like with every year, because like it's been getting like, you know those main events. Have you? Yeah, I don't know if you went last year. Have you been to like the main events where like, you know, it was in the Peacock Theater? Did you go?
Yes.
So that they moved that was originally like the main events. They used to be in like one of the entertainment halls, like like those big like I don't know what they're called. Like they're like these little like warehouse spaces where like you can fit a lot of people. And then they moved it last year to the Peacock Theater, and this year they're moving it to the Crypto Arena because like they're starting to deal with like the like influx of people because like every year it's starting like they're hitting like new records of like attendance. And last year, like for the free room panel for the JJK, it was like capped. Like you had to like line up. You like they're like
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, look, the because I went to the One Punch Man panel, and it was absolutely jammed up. It was ridiculous how packed that thing was. We stood in line for like 2 hours just to get into this panel, and it was ridiculous. And then they really didn't even show us nothing.
Exactly.
But Anime Expo and it wasn't in either convention center. I want to say it was in the Marriott.
Yeah, it was like I know what you're talking about. Like so they had those like small like medium-sized panels in the like the hotel.
Yeah.
So like and I don't know why they put One Punch Man up there. Like maybe they saw the signs, but like I feel like that should have been a main event because like they absolutely needed the space from what it sounded like. Like how many people got turned away? Like oh sorry, it's the limit.
A lot.
We got
a lot. Yeah, there was a line. Like the line for One Punch Man was going like it was going back and forth through this hotel. And by the time we got to the end, there was I was one of the last people to get in, and there were still people waiting outside.
Yeah.
It was absolutely ridiculous, man. But yeah, here's the I just want to show this to you guys. Yeah, this is the map, right? So this is the South Hall, this is the West Hall, and this little area right here. This used to be a bridge.
Oh.
It's I don't know how. I guess everybody's going to be stepped because this is one of the main halls, and this is a main hall. But you can see there's Crypto. Here's the Peacock Theater. Here's the JW Marriott. And so a lot of events happen in this section, but the West Hall and the South Hall, this is where everything goes down, man. Over here, this is where you have a lot of vendors. This is where you have like Crunchyroll has their exhibits. Toho had a big exhibit last year. This is kind of where we was. I think I met you in the South Hall last year.
Yeah, I met you there, and then like when you were leaving, I think you're like on the end, like you just crossed the bridge, and then you're like in the West Hall exit. And that's where I met you on the first day. And then second day, like you're walking around exhibit in the South Hall, and then like I ran into you again.
Yeah. This is the gaming, like they had games and stuff over here. This is where a lot of gaming was going on. This is pretty much where my son was, like for the majority of the time that he was at Anime Expo. He was just hanging out here playing video games. They had a really nice setup too. I love the setup that they have here. And yeah, like this is the swag bag. So here's where you pick up your swag. Yeah, I mean it's a really good event, but with this bridge gone, all right, I don't know how. I have no idea how they're going to do this.
I wonder
because now this is the connect. There used to be a bridge here, and it's gone.
I wonder, like, if they're going to finish, this by the end, by the time Anime Expo rolls around. Because, like, imagine having to walk through like the sweltering heat because it's really hot during like the Anime Expo time.
Yeah,
and like crossing that is just, dude, it's just like some people is like, man, I might as well just stay, but. They've been like running the like risks with the fire marshal for like the past few years because of like there's been too many people. So I think this is also like a move. They really needed the expansion because like the fire marshal was breathing down their neck like really hard. Like they're playing fast and loose. Like it was, and they've been doing better recently. But like if you've been going for like if you went like 2022, 23, like what I'm talking about. Like you could not walk. It was so packed. Like and. It's still packed, but it's been better recently.
It's gotten a lot better.
That's actually like it was for me. I'd say about right around 2023 when everything was really getting back to being opened, and I went to OhioCon. Like literally, the dealer's room and the gaming area were literally so filled up. We had like 3 fire marshals in every area trying to basically make sure people could get in, get out with no problem because we had so many people there.
Dude, it's like AX, like if you're like, day 1, day 2, like if you're in the South Hall, the exhibit hall first day, bro, it's like it's like a fire hazard waiting to happen. Like
it is, man.
You know what I'm talking about, DA, right? You know, they're telling you walk up
the
stairs. No one listens. Everyone's bolting up the stairs, you know, and it's like if something happens, everyone's like, you know, screwed because like of how packed it is. Like we're packed like sardines, like because everyone's just waiting to get in. And, you know, of course, like it filters out through the day, but like, you know, that those like first initial like, you know, moments, it's crazy, you know, like.
Yeah, it's wild, man. So I don't know how they're gonna fit. Like, look, they've been creeping up on 500 million people over the 4 days. If they haven't already hit that, they've been closing in on 500 million people. All right, 500. Well, look, not 500 million, 500,000. I'm sorry, I'm tripping. 500,000 people coming through this area in 4 days. All right, 500,000 people. That's crazy. So I don't know how they're going to fit all of those folks in here. It's interesting that they're doing this construction. Star Wars, I think they're having Star Wars Celebration is coming next year. They got the Olympics coming up. It's going to be really interesting to see how many. Like, they got to make some changes because this is a very compacted area.
Yeah.
To have all of these people roaming through, you know, for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours a day.
And it's also like you wonder how they're gonna do like the control from like outside influences. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like downtown LA, all the crackheads, the homeless people, like they'll clean up like, you know, for a few blocks, it's like, you know, they fence it off, it's all nice, but then like you walk past a certain point, like your car can get like that's a place where your car can get broken in. So like they're doing construction.
Look, I was parked up right here. I was parked along Pico, went back here behind the 110. I was parked here last year because like the parking fills up after like 7 a.m. Look, 7 a.m. It's no parking. Like it's already gone.
What time do you dude? My friend and I we head out like we're there at like 5:30 or like 6 a.m. Like, that's how early we have to go. Like, you know,
yeah, you got to get there early, man. You got to get there at the crack of dawn. Yeah, like I said, by 7 o'clock, all the parking in the main parking lot, which is kind of like it's over to it's past this area. It's like over here. The main parking is done. All right. The main parking is done by 7 a.m. So if you didn't get there before like 5 a.m. to get a parking spot, it's over with. Yeah. So we got there at like, I think I got there one day at 8 o'clock and I ended up parking back here on Pico. And yeah, it's all homeless. It's it's all homeless people back here, man. It's crazy.
Bro, it's a crazy story. My friend, like, when he was buying, like, he was a few days before AX, he was like buying something in downtown LA, and they parked in like, you know, one of the streets over there. His car got broken.
Yeah,
bro, it's crazy. You're running a risk if you can't get into like the parking spaces, and you know that's just an inevitability. Because like, you know, some people they're LA locals, so like they drive here. They don't like fly in. They don't live in a hotel, so like, you know, and like DA said, once the parking space run out, like you're playing fast and loose with like the parking. Like it's like. You just pray, like, you know, someone.
You rolling the dice at that point.
Exactly.
It's like you hoping you roll it. You hoping you roll a 7 or an 11 because it's bad, man. Hey, real quick, we got a super chat came from Debased Wizard for 5. I'm currently watching, what is that, Ra Zinfan? But I'm starting Iron Blooded Orphan Son soon. Mecha anime is my thing right now. I just got Escaflowne on Blu-ray. I've heard of none of this, but I love it.
All right, Escaflowne is actually really good. I've only seen like a couple episodes. I want to get back into it, but that's more of like early mecha. So I think you got a good shot there, DA. Okay. Iron Blooded Orphans. Basically, that's the most recent form of Gundam, and it's not like it's really good. It's like a group of people who had no connections to each other, but they just over time become a close-knit family, and they have their own Gundam to fight to protect themselves.
Yeah, Iron Blooded Orphans came out in like 2016, 2017. Like, you know, they celebrated 10 years like last year. Dude, look, maybe I'm glazing it too much, boys, but it's one of my top 10 animes of all time, bro. It's so that first season is dynamite, and I love the second season too. But like, I know it's not for everybody, dude. That second season hurt if you love the first season. Look, DA, I think if like you guys, if you're trying to get into Gundam, this is a good one. The first season you can try to like, you know, commit a bit. It's like 25 episodes, but that story is like really tight knit. Like they do go all a bit like all over the place, but you get to follow the characters and like the combat. I feel like they don't get into like that crazy like god like stuff. So like it's more grounded for better for worse. So I think like
okay,
go try it. I think hot take.
Hey, real quick before we I just wanted to bring everybody's attention to this. We are 1 hour and 6 minutes towards the Crunchyroll Awards, the Anime Awards. All right. We're staying up late. Okay. We're staying up late. We're hanging out with you guys. So if you guys are hanging out, we're hanging out. All right. 1 hour and 6 minutes left to the start of the Crunchyroll Anime Awards. We're just going to see who wins. All right. We're going to hang out. We'll watch it. And we'll see who wins. We'll see who gets awards. Do you have a favorite name?
Bro, I pulled up to AMC to buy the popcorn for this, bro. I got that popcorn pass, so it just ran me like $5.50. I just pulled up, I have it downstairs. I'm gonna bring it up when the award show starts. But I'm really pulling for Taku P to get some awards because I really love that anime. Hold up, actually, I picked up the Japanese release of the manga because of how much I liked it. So like this is volume 1, this is volume 2. Kino Kunio was doing a sale, so I was just like, man, I'll just buy it. And I was trying to look for the English version too, but I thought because like we've been having all these conversations about like how accurate is the localization. I was like, man, let me just buy the Japanese and just like lock in on my practice anyways.
Okay. I don't know how they have this. I guess this is going to be available. These are the panel of industry professionals. I guess that will be presenting maybe.
Yeah, some of them are like some of them are like singing. Some of them are like it's like the Oscars. They have like specific people announcing like specific categories.
Yeah. Yeah. So some of these are going to be.
I think I've heard of that band.
Asian Kung Fu.
one?
They do Naruto. They did some stuff for Naruto.
Yeah, that's where I remembered them from. I'm like, I remember that group. I can't remember what songs they did, but yeah, they did plenty of openings for Naruto.
I think they did the opening for. They did the opening for Erased. I know that's a big one.
Okay. Yeah. So some of the oh look, RZA.
Oh wow.
RZA.
God, I'm actually shocked.
The Weeknd.
The Weeknd.
The Weeknd.
Oh,
Bro,
I'm not.
Weeknd is doing what?
I'm not surprised on that. I'm not surprised on that. If you actually follow his X account, he actually does drop anime references, and he actually drops what anime he is actually watching.
He knows his
and
stuff.
The thing is,
Duke.
Here's the funny thing: he's not I, like at first. When I first heard of him, when I first heard that that The Weeknd actually watches anime, I feared he was a tourist. No, he actually loves it just like everybody else. I'm like, dude, why are you not hanging out in circles like with us, man?
Bro, you think Winston Duke's there to drop another Doomsday trailer, bro?
No.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt
I don't think that's happening.
I wouldn't. I hope he doesn't, but I wouldn't doubt it. He'll probably just mention
cool.
it.
You got some major, I guess guys from the West, so they out there in Japan. I'm supposing they're out there in Japan to kind of pump up, the Crunchyroll Awards. But
more and more.
Who?
Oh, she's one of the Crunchyroll like people that she works like I seen her at AX, like she MCs a lot of the panels. Same with like
I've seen her before. She looks very familiar.
He scrolled down like before, like Tim Liu is like he's also here. He's also like a Crunchyroll like guy. So like if you've been to an AX panel, you've seen like some of these people. Yeah, that guy Tim.
Yeah,
he's
guy,
like
Yep. Yeah, if you hang out at anime conventions, these people probably roll through. But yeah, Crunchyroll, because they got they have a whole section of Anime Expo, man. They like have a whole big ass section where they just kind of lock it down. And so, yeah, I've seen these cats before, for sure. Yeah, her especially. I don't know about him so much, but her, this is a face I wouldn't forget. Yeah, she's very her persona is, very, very much there. But yeah, so yeah, like I said, guys, we are going to hang out. We will be watching the Anime Awards. Okay. In about 1 hour. Okay. We'll get it kicked off. But you know, if you gotta hang, if you're tired, all right, because we're coming up on midnight right now. So if you're tired, that's okay. We got some more topics that we want to discuss. Let me find them right quick. Name. Bro, I'm already getting tired, bro. I'm gonna need my 5-hour energy.
Yeah, you can. Bro,
I'm gonna need my 5-hour.
Bro, DA, Stacey and I got you, bro. Just turn on some TV, fall asleep for a few hours. We'll wake you up.
I'm not falling asleep on y'all, man, but I'm a hang tight as long as I can. I wanted to bring up this because I thought that this was where is it at? I thought this was interesting, man. Sakamoto days, which it kind of slowed me down at the very beginning when it was on Netflix, but it picked up the pace pretty well. Now Sakamoto Days is in theaters in Japan, and it's making money, man. It's actually making money out there in Japan. Sakamoto Days live action film has exceeded 2.1 billion yen in earnings, with over 1.5 million in admissions in 19 days in Japanese theaters. Does anybody want to do the math? I don't feel like doing the math. What's 2.1 billion yen? Now. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What does that come out to in terms of US dollars? Quintong, no, I never get 5 hours.
13 million.
No. $13 million.
186. Basically about $13.2 million.
So apparently,
I'm looking it up right now. I actually have it right here.
Yeah, we saw it earlier. This is a good number. That's a good number for a Japanese film. And I don't even know, is it going to release in America? Name? Do you know?
They haven't said anything. Same with Blue Lock. You never know. Sometimes like these releases are like chained to like, you know, domestic only, and like you're lucky if it hits like streaming platforms. And that's a crazy thing because like we talked about like Hollywood, like what is it to watch this week, bro? Mandalorian and Grogu. Like, you know, I'd rather watch the Sakamoto Days live action. Like, you know, like they're doing some really cool stuff. And I think, you know, like we're seeing, like they're trying to start dipping their toes. Like they're taking more risk with Godzilla -0 now. Like that was a runaway hit for them. Like we brought up earlier, they didn't expect it for it, like the first one to do that good, and then they just kept getting like it's theatrical extended because like of good word of mouth. So I'm wondering if like, you know, how they're gonna like, you know, start taking, you know, more risks. Like, you know, how do they evaluate like, you know, international releases? Like what's their like, you know, cost and gain, like, you know, what's their formula for that? Because like I'm assuming like,
I mean, you got to figure they got some sort of hey, this is how much the movie costs, this is what we expect to make out of this expenditure, this is how much we want to make out of it. There's some sort of a formula, I'm quite sure, because they got the same thing in Hollywood. They got a formula based on, hey, this is how much we expect this movie to make, this is how much we're willing to market, this is how much we're going to put for the budget, you know, and all of that. So you got to figure it's the same thing in Japan, right?
Yeah, but again, I'm also wondering, like, you know, how much do the licensors, like, you know, take a cut, because like you got to deal with the middlemen, like, you know, bringing stuff over here if you don't have your own distribution channel. You also have to wonder, like, is this going to hit with like, you know, audiences? Because Godzilla is like an international icon. We love Godzilla, so like that's an easy sell for us. But like, you know, these you can market them as like, you know, action, you know, movies, but like there's also like, you know, sometimes people like they just don't want to watch anything anime or like Japanese related, you know? So like, you know,
Sakamoto Days, Sakamoto Days is a tough watch. Look, even the anime, I love the anime, but there was a lull in that season, that first season. There was a nice long, like, I dipped out. I was done. I was like, all right, Sakamoto Days, first like 5, 6, 7 episodes were great. And then it just hit this period where it's like, what the hell is this? And I dipped out. And then I came back to just kind of finish it up. And it got really, really good. in like the last, I would say like not like probably the last 5 to 6 to 7 episodes, fire. Go ahead, Stacey.
If they do bring it here, they have nothing to lose. They really don't. I just looked at the budget for the live action. Low side, $5 million. High side,
okay,
$10 million.
So they're fine,
and they've already made. They'll
make their money in Japan. I would love it to hit theaters. I don't want them to throw it in on Netflix, but that's probably what's going to happen because that's just how it is nowadays. But I would love to see this movie hit theaters. What's up, Stacey?
I don't think Netflix. Like, here's the thing. I don't think Netflix should put this on their service yet because, like we just found out, they just made $13 million off of this. So if they were to put that in theaters, they're gonna break the bank, especially with how popular Sakamoto Days anime was.
I agree.
So I would recommend they try to put it in the theater at least.
You never know because like theaters, like they have a. I feel like it's really hard because like. And I've seen this. When I go watch an anime movie in theaters, the trailers that are playing before are like the generic like Hollywood like trailers. Whereas like when I went to watch Obsession, they actually tailored the trailers to like the theme of the genre of movie that I was like. I was seeing a lot of different horror trailers. So it's just like, you have to give them an incentive to invest into like, putting anime or like broadly speaking Japanese movies in theaters because right now I don't think they see like outside of the big ones, they don't see like there's like no interest in that because no one's going to the movies. Like, the Slime movie, there's like, people went for every big fan went for the first week. And then like the walk of traction was like less, Gundam, again, that's another big one. And then those are franchises, but even like these small, like, little movies, like, no one pulls up for them because like, I don't know if it's because the marketing is bad or like, someone's like pulling the strings, but like, that's why like, I'm such a big believer, like, I always try to watch the movie in theaters. I always want to support it because I want to see more in the theaters. And like, every little person counts. You don't think it.
I
agree.
agree.
It's really hard to make it like matter. But just seeing like people there, that and telling the theaters like I want to see more of this instead of like Supergirl, instead of like Mandalorian, Grogu. Like take some of those showtimes off. Like because I looked at the AMC showtime. I was trying to like find something for watch. Something to watch with my friend. It's like it's dominated by Mandalorian and Grogu. Like we can say what we want about the quality of the movie, but like showtimes for that are dominated. Like and people are not going to be watching that. So it's just like they're taking up slots for like something that could be shown like an anime movie because no one is showing up to the anime movies as well. So you have to show up. If you can. Yeah. And that's another problem. Like does your
watch
city do it?
Movies in theaters. I agree 100%. If you guys want more of this, then you have to support what they got because then they'll say, okay, looks like anime can pull a crowd, at least even if it's a small crowd, they can pull it. Hey, let's have some more showings. All right, let's have some more viewings of this particular movie. You got to show up for anime movies.
It's
all right.
It's like
I do it every
like
except for Hathaway. That's the only one I haven't gone to in a while.
It's like think you were doing for Black. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Think about like Demon Slayer. They that's got the foot in the door. So I would recommend that some of these companies do like Demon Slayer. Hey, let's put this in the movie theaters, have people actually go to it like it's a convention, have them dress up, and then guess what? Now here's the thing. I've actually stopped like in the mall near my house where people were wearing costumes from Demon Slayer. I would point it out, be like, hey, nice costume. And then there would be people saying, hey, what is that stuff? I explain it to them. Next thing I know, next weekend, they're coming with their families and they're seeing it. And that's how you do it.
There we go.
Some of the kids even said, like, hey, I want to watch this stuff at home. I want to watch this anime at home.
All right, name.
Like, Dia, you're talking about, like, remember when Black Adam came out? You're like, bro, I think the movie's mid. I don't like it, but you wanted to see Henry Cavill back on screen. So you watched it like 3 times.
Yes.
And not every anime is going to be a hit or like not, and for me, the Slime, I haven't seen the Slime anime. I went to watch it just because I wanted to show my local theater that that's a man in the seat, that's a person buying concessions.
Right.
And I think that's what the theaters care about. Like they don't, tickets, they split it, whatever. They care about like people walking up.
They care about the money, man. What's the bottom line?
Exactly.
Fact.
And all like Stacey was talking about these big events, Demon Slayer, you know, some of the fan one, you know, I went to the Uma Musume and the Gundam ones, like hardcore fans, like, you know, and I don't know, like it's people have been so conditioned to like wait for streaming, and also like movie prices are abysmal. Like, you know, I think Tom Rothman,
that's the thing, man. The prices are high. Yeah,
he talked about that. Like theaters, you gotta take an L. You know, you gotta make that. If you guys play chess, you gotta make that pawn sacrifice to make some progress. You know, and I don't know if they're willing to do that in this economy, but I think they have to, because like if you want people to go up there,
well, we're getting to that point now where they're gonna have to make a decision.
It's either lower the prices or possibly get ready to go out of existence.
Absolutely. Here's a super chat that came through. Shout out to the Base Wizard for 5. Came across this channel called Jalix Rosa, and his live action and animated anime series look better than anything the movie industry is pushing out. I agree. I think that, listen, people gonna hate me for saying this, and that's all right. You can hate me. I think that with the way things are moving, especially with AI, I think AI, everybody's going to start using it. Not just the independent people making AI slop, but movie studios are going to use it. Anime studios are going to use it. Video game studios are going to use it. Everybody's going to start using AI. And you're going to see a major shift in the way that stories are told in Hollywood and in anime and other places. You're going to see a major shift. Why? Because you're going to have actual creative people entering into the mix, and they're going to use AI to tell stories in ways that Hollywood and some of these big name studios can't. They're just going to get real with you and say, hey, man, we got a story. I got a story that's been burning in my heart for 10, 20 years. I want to sell this to the public. I want to tell this story to the public. You are going to start seeing this. I'm telling you, man, people trying to shit on AI. AI is about to dominate when it comes to a tool that you can use to create your own shit. And if you don't believe me, just watch.
I mean, it's already happened, because like I've been to several panels at AX where they get to talk to people who actually work on animation studios. AI got brought up like 2-3 years ago before it even blew up like this. And they're already saying, like, you know, if it helps with the studio process, it helps with the animators, they're considering, you know, integrating it. So like, they're probably already like, if they're still not, you know, if they're still considering it, they're either considering it or they're already like in some way or form, you know, they're using it. Now
they already using it, man. I have a feeling they're all using it.
I mean, we saw with Ascendance of a Bookworm season 4, that whole like controversy with the opening, like the studio they outsourced it to do the opening, they're using AI background. So like, you know, and they got, those guys got caught. We don't know who's not got caught. And it's like,
Cosgrove in the chat's basically been saying that video game studios have been using AI for a while. Think of it like this: the what was it? The Neverness to Everness. That game is basically part AI. That game is part AI. And I welcome AI, because I'm like DA with this. If you want to use AI, use AI, and especially if if you tell an interesting story, I'm going to watch AI if the story is good, rather than what Hollywood's doing if they can't get their heads out of their rear ends. It's just that simple.
Yep. 100% agree. Hey, look, I gotta hit the restroom. While I do that, I had this article. Wait, let me find it. Hold on. Where is it at? Is it? No, that's not it. Hold on. I think this is it here. Yeah. All right. So, fellas, talk about this while I dip out for a little bit. I'll be back. All right. This is a problem when you have a 6-hour stream, folks. Eventually, you got to cut loose. But Crunchyroll's CEO admits the competition from Netflix and Amazon is aggressive, but remains confident in attracting anime viewers. This is not just one genre for us. This is the entire thing. And what I want to say is Netflix is growing like crazy, man. They are building fast. It's now starting to come to the attention of the Crunchyroll's and CEO and saying, "Hey, man, we feel good, but bro, this is aggressive. All right, is Crunchyroll moving too fast? That's the question I'm gonna leave y'all with. I'll be right back. Go ahead, name. Start it off, man.
You first, Stacey. Bro,
if Crunchyroll wants to fix this, they need to basically start cleaning up house. Start telling their localizers get as close to the original source as possible. They're gonna have to start telling their voice actors, say, "Hey, don't be putting anything in here that's not supposed to be in here." And guess what? The competition probably won't even be able to handle it. But hey, what do I know?
Yeah, I think another reason they have to be more firm. And I don't know if this is like something they have to work out with, like, you know, production committee or like the licensors, but they have to be more firm with keeping titles onto their platform. Because if you think about it, like, you know, My Hero is not exclusive to Crunchyroll. That's, you know, some of the seasons are on Netflix, and like, you know, big anime, JJK, Demon Slayer, you know, that's on Netflix too. So like, you know, there's no reason for you to buy Crunchyroll because like it's on Netflix. It'll eventually come to Netflix. So, and Netflix is already like, you know, they're working with MAPPA to get exclusives. So like, and Crunchyroll has exclusives too, but they're not like big strong ones. You know what I mean? Like they're not they're having to share it with Netflix, whether that's like because the Japanese are like playing, you know, both sides of the field for maximum profit, or because they don't know how to, like, you know, keep it within in-house. So it's just like you need a strong IP and you need to hold on to it. You can't license it. Don't let it get out of like your hands. Like don't let Netflix also get like, oh yeah, it's on our platform too. Like you gotta tell, like, you know, your Japanese partners, like, hey man, if you don't deal with exclusively us, we're not like platforming your anime. And I don't know how much power Crunchyroll has over there. I'm assuming Netflix has a lot of pull because it's not just like, you know, a US thing. We of course think of it that way, but like Netflix, they're an international thing. Crunchyroll, it is international too, but because it's so like specialized and specified in anime, I feel like they don't have as much like power as Netflix, because like Netflix doesn't just deal with anime. Anime is just like a little hobby for them. Like they're focused like on live action. That's what brings like the big bucks, whether we like it or not.
No, you're not wrong on that, because they can, like, here's the thing, they can afford to take hits. They can afford to get risky and take the hits if they fail. Crunchyroll cannot. I mean, think about it like this. Do you remember High Guardian Spice?
I think I've heard of it before, but I didn't watch it.
Yeah, nobody did, because once like, here's the thing, Crunchyroll screwed themselves on that. It could have worked, and I'll admit, and I didn't. It wasn't for me, but I'll admit it could have worked. The reason why, and this goes back to my point of they need to clean house. The people behind it said it was like they didn't even try to advertise the anime. They didn't say anything about it that made people want to go, hey, this anime I need to watch. No, they just said, hey, this anime is so this anime was made by women. Like, who cares who made it? What's it about? What in it is going to make me say, yeah, I need to watch? And those are the people who Crunchyroll needs to get rid of.
Dude, Stacey, you're about to heat me up, bro, because like Crunchyroll has screwed over so many anime that I love, that I think like if you gave them the biggest platform, it could be like, you know, and this is another thing, like, well, how do they take risks? Because they have so many like anime, they need to start picking and choosing, because like you said, Stacey, they're not as big as Netflix. They can't take as many L's as they can and keep going. Like, so that's why they hone in on, like, you know, their big ones. But like they had a Kamen Rider anime, not Tojima. It was a separate one. And this one, like, it's a little harder again because it's connected to like an actual Kamen Rider series. So like there's a little bit of homework that you had to do. But they screwed over the movie release for that because it wasn't as big here. They screwed over the movie release for a movie that I absolutely adore, Gridman Universe, because it's not as big here as it is in Japan. Like, you know, they're gonna have to start taking risks with, like, you know, things like we talked about theaters. That's the biggest one. Netflix is still afraid to do theatrical because they love putting things straight to streaming. Like they'll do it for like the big shows, like, you know, those like final episode Stranger Things, you know,
It's their business model, though. That's their business model. That's what they believe in.
So that's a whole open market.
And Crunchyroll could Crunchyroll could take advantage of that. For example, when they put like I said earlier, when they put Demon Slayer in there, they broke the bank. Japan broke the bank, and Crunchyroll could do that. Think of it like this: season 5 of Shield Hero is coming. I already know what's going to happen there. I wish I didn't know, because I love Queen MILF. But they could put like the final episode. They could probably put like the final 3 episodes as a movie in theaters, and people would want to watch that. People would love to go see that.
Yeah, I guess the question is how much a bang, like Demon Slayer. Everybody knew, that one's big. That one's going to check because people love Demon Slayer. It's one of the more popular, franchises going in anime right now. Like, I like Shield Hero. You probably like Shield Hero. How big is Shield Hero around the world? Is Shield Hero that kind of a story where everybody's going to show up to the theaters? Like, I thought Chainsaw Man did really good. I would say Chainsaw Man's more popular than Shield Hero. But in Chainsaw Man, what did it make, like 170? It's about how much do you really want to invest in this in the theaters? Because there's distribution. That's the big thing. This the distribution. Making the movie or making it as a movie and then putting it in theaters, that's fine. But the distribution, getting it in multiple theaters all over the world, that's the difficult part. That's where the money comes into play. That's going to be the hard part when it comes to somebody like Crunchy.
The advertising is also key, because how many anime movies are coming up? Because, unless they push it. Demon Slayer, Chainsaw Man, of course you're pushing it. But there's so many anime movies, and this is not just on Crunchyroll. This is just distributors.
I'll be right back. Keep talking.
They don't, or the advertising, and like I said, I don't know if this is on the theaters or on the distribution. The advertising is almost non-existent, aside from a few days before the release, go see our movie. There's aside from Crunchyroll Anime Nights, can you name any upcoming anime movie? They're I think they're 2 that are coming up, but no one's heard anything about them because they're not willing to advertise it. And again, I know I'm talking about things outside of Crunchyroll, but I think this is something that you have, like you said, Stacey, you're gonna have to take a risk on. You don't know what's gonna be the next big Demon Slayer or Chainsaw Man, because you just have to take a risk on it. Those you would never think those would pop up. Demon Slayer is there's so many elements of Japanese culture, and it's set in the 1920s. It's set in the Taisho era, and that surprisingly popped up because it had a universal theme in spite of it being so rooted in Japanese culture with all the demons and the oni and all that. Same with Chainsaw Man. I feel that's more universal, but it's more adult, and that somehow took off because of for whatever reason. So it's just you have to be willing to take a risk where others are not. And Netflix doesn't want to run the risk of theatrical. You have a free open market. It's a layup for you. So take advantage of it. They're making they're making headway. Anime Crunchyroll Anime Nights is a good example, because you're giving people a mix of what they already know versus what is new, and you're premiering it 1 month before it drops on streaming. So if you want to talk about anime news, that's good incentive for you to go. And I think they need to promote that better, because there's really no promotion for that. Why not just say if you have a Crunchyroll account, you get 50% off your ticket when you go to the theater. Easy, get people to go.
Yep. I think that could work. For example, I've actually been taking my anime that I have here at my house. I've been taking it with me when I go see my friends. We're having anime nights every Saturday night, and we get plenty of new people in there. Some of these people have never seen some of this stuff because they've stuck to basically.
You bring it to the theater?
No, I bring it to a small little store, and we lock it down at, after a certain time, and we basically say, hey, if you're coming in to watch anime. If you cause trouble, we kick you out. But there have actually been people coming in, actually looking at the stuff. They're actually engaging with it, and I'm like, this is literally what they need to do. This is what Japan needs to do. Put it out there to where people are going to sit there and say, what is this stuff? We need to engage with it. If they don't do that, then they're going to have a hard time with this.
Yeah. And again, I don't know if that's in because in Japan they put a lot of stuff in theaters. Their theater going like is really healthy compared to ours. Like people are still like pulling up. Right here, like it's we're oversaturated with Marvel, with Star Wars, and all that, and there's an open market, but for some reason they're not advertising it as strongly because in Japan it's like I've talked about this before. Like when you go to a movie, it's an event. They have they sell merch at the movies, like exclusive merch that you can only get if you attend the showing. So like that's a huge incentive for like, okay, I don't want to wait for streaming. I want to watch it with people. I want to get cool merch. I want to do like all these like collab stuff. Whereas in America, it's just like you're lucky to get like a little card or a poster if you pull up.
Yeah. Man, it is late into the night. Everybody, it's almost 12:30 a.m. I don't know if I've ever streamed this late. But we got about a half hour left until the Anime Awards kicks off in Japan. So thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight. Did I hit all the topics? Yo, what's up?
I'm gonna go ahead and bounce, man. I'm starting to feel tired. I do not want to fall asleep on stream.
Understood. I said at the beginning it was going to be me and Name for sure. Anybody else that wants to jump in can jump in. So if you feeling it, hey man, thanks for coming through. As long as you made it, man, appreciate it. Hey, Stacey, do you have anything coming up on your channel?
I'm uploading the next episode of Mortal Kombat right now. There will be a poll for next week's fighter the minute the video goes live. I got a new episode of Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel Sunday. New episode of Marvel Superheroes on Tuesday, and new episode of Final Fantasy Tactics next Thursday.
All right, there you go, man. Everybody get over to Stacey Gardner. Make sure you are subscribed to him, man. Thank you very much, Stacey, for coming through, staying as long as you stayed. I appreciate it, man. Watch us on the replay. We're going to be going over the Anime Awards and having a good time, man. All right, brother.
Be looking forward to it.
Take care.
You too. Later, now.
See ya, man.
Alpha Protos or Alpha Omega said 24-hour stream. Let's fucking go, man. Come on, man. You trying to kill us? I feel okay, man. Look, I just made a bowl of ramen because I had to go downstairs and get something. And I was like, man, let me make some ramen because that will actually keep me awake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it helps to have something to eat. Like sometimes in the theaters, if the movie's boring, I run the risk of falling asleep. But if I have popcorn, I'm just like, it gives you something to do. It's like.
Yep. So I'm an otaku for real. I'm gonna have some ramen once the Anime Awards kick off. It's about a half hour away. I don't think it's gonna be a 24-hour stream. We might go for another 2.5 hours. All right, so
like maybe like the big ones, like unless they save it for the end, like the Oscars.
They're probably gonna save it for the end, like the Oscars. So, like I said, we'll go. I think I watched only the replays, so I don't know how long the actual ceremony goes. Do you know? Is it 2 hours, 3 hours?
Dude, I've only seen like I think I sat through one. It's pretty long because like you have to. They talk. You let the MCs talk. Then like they have to like announce like the nominees, and then when they win, they give a little speech, and then like they have a halftime show as well where they bring in like some singers and they do a set. So we might I don't know how YouTube copyright works with like live music. You might have to mute it as well because like the beat is playing, but it is a lot of like. Just talking, and for sometimes you get to hear interesting perspectives, but it's just like a lot of talking is kind of. If you've seen the Oscars, you've seen like an award show. Basically, it's basically like they're trying to do the Oscars for anime, but
they're trying to do the Oscars. Yeah. Well, in the meantime, let's just talk about stuff that's popped up. Look, Mac always shouts out something big, man. Thank you very much, Mac. He's always keeping me in the know. This is something that just popped up again. I haven't prepped any of this. I haven't read any of this, but we're just going to talk about it. All right. AI on TikTok on trial in Japan.
I sent that. I sent that earlier. there's one.
You did? Okay, I must.
One of the big actors. He's suing. He went to the Tokyo court and he's suing. You know, Kenjiro Suda, voice of Nanami, voice of what's the guy's? He voices Nanami. That's a big one. He voices Overhaul. That's another big one. I forgot.
Oh, Overhaul. Okay.
I forgot what the blonde guy that teaches Denji's in Chainsaw Man, like the one that's drinking. He has the alcohol flask. Kishibe, I think.
I know
he voices.
about, yeah.
So he's a really popular actor. And he's taking in the court because like people have been posting like AI voice of his like on TikTok, and you know he has a really strong case because like they're using the comments as like evidence because the comments all say, oh, this sounds just like Kenjiro Suda, and you know when it sounds just like you, it's getting to like a dangerous level because you know where we were at with AI like a few years ago, it was like you know you could see like a bit of hit or miss. But now it's like getting to the point where it's like, okay, you can probably like start like, you know, framing people with like, you know, making them say stuff that they've never said before. So, and that's been a huge thing in Japan because like they're trying to protect, like this is their life, you know, their life's work is like their voice and they want to try to protect that.
So this is the guy right here, right? So they're basically AIing his voice.
Yeah. And it's scarily accurate it's accurate to the point where people thought it was him. And that's his team is using that as like legal evidence, like because it sounds so similar. It's like you know they have a really strong case. I don't know if they're gonna win it because like you know they're going against a corporation, but like you know Japan has been like they're on the forefront of this because like they're huge, like they're really big on the voice acting industry. Like you know they actually have respect for it. So like you know we've talked about what's his name, Yuki Kaji, voice of Eren. He's doing like a lot of like AI stuff, and like you know, I find it interesting that Mac brought this up too. Like you know, this was something that was like developing when I was like.
This is interesting, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to Mac. Make sure you guys follow him. Okay, so that's an interesting topic right there. Alpha Omega says, "Name: Have you or DA been made aware or covered the Fantia censorship situation? What's that?"
Oh, I'm
not familiar with that.
I haven't heard about the controversy, but I know Fantia's like it's Japanese only fans.
Japanese only. Oh, okay. Say no more. No, I have not heard about that Alpha or Omega. And I have not covered it.
Well, DA, I got something cool for you because you talked about learning Japanese. I have a little.
Yeah.
Where's your training at? Like, you know, how far have you gone into it? Because I know you sent me a picture. You sent a picture to the group chat once before. You had like the little like the hiragana cards up on like you know your PC. You're trying to, like, study them.
That's so. What my basic training, studying is, I got Anki decks. All right. And then I also use some YouTube videos that I just kind of listen to and just practice sounding out the words. I really need to start doing the input side, which is listening to Japanese instead of just speaking it. And I haven't quite figured out how I want to do that yet.
Bro, it's super hard, man. Like I feel like you saying like there's speaking, listening, writing, they're all like different like, you know, schools I feel like of Japanese learning. And, you know, you guys were talking about last stream when I jumped in, but, you know, you're talking about thinking about like hiring someone. I think that's pretty good. But, and like, I don't know how you feel about like those colleges, but I think your best bet, if you can find like a community college or like a college, you don't have to commit to like, you know, getting a degree or whatever, but going to like a community college, like I learned Japanese and it was really good. And like I think that's one of the classes where the politics is not a factor. You know, you're just there to chill, learn Japanese. And it's like, it's really important, you know, and like I said, you have to carve out the time for it. Cause like some of the classes, like they run for like 3 hours, twice a week. But it's really beneficial because like, I think part of like learning Japanese, seeing them speak in person, seeing like how their lips and like their mouth move, pause, is really important because it helps you like form the words. Like, you know, because I got my start learning over Zoom because like, you know, of course they did that to and it was, I got the hang, you know, I understood it, but it was way harder. Like when they finally moved it back to in person, it was way easier because I got to see my instructor like speak and I understand how how like it was articulated. So, you know, and I know self-study is a thing and you can absolutely get far or like, you know, become fluent with self-study. But I think for for adults, because your brain is like already developed and it's harder to like pick up new skills. Like you actually
That's the hard part.
Yeah, I think like if
Yeah.
you can find the time, and again, time, money, energy, dedication is important. I think like trying to like find a community college that teaches it, or like taking a few classes.
Look, Budgie Cat said AI. I'm not gonna lie. I use a lot of AI when it comes to putting together study guides.
Yeah.
Like, so what I've been doing is I take like I'll even take like my videos that I do on YouTube. All right, I'll take my videos on YouTube, and then I'll get the Japanese translation of the transcript, and then I study that. Because I'm like, okay, I'm talking about something that I normally would talk about. This is, movies, anime, whatever, and then I just basically I ask AI, hey, take this and break it down into sentences so I can study the sentences. Give me some vocabulary words out of this whole video so I can have some vocabulary words. And so I've been doing that for like, I don't know, like a couple of months. I'm nowhere good at this. I'm terrible at it, but I do feel the progress. I'm starting to come along a little bit. Yeah.
And I give, so for me, and I don't know how everyone.
Oh, I see you dropped the Sporkle. Okay, hold on.
Okay, so, but while you pull that up, something that helped me, and I don't know if you want to start, again, it's your choice if you want to do this, but even before I started learning Japanese, what helped was like, I never skipped the opening or ending of an anime, because like, if it's something that plays every episode, you can hear it again and again and again. And sometimes it gets tiring, but for me, that's been a super helpful thing. I know it's like different from like speaking, because like singing and speaking is different, but hearing words over and over and over again, it really like builds into your mind, because like, anime, like, when they speak in an episode, like it's different every episode, but the opening and ending, for the most part, it's the same. So like, if you're always listening to it, you're always training your brain. So it's like, I don't know, that's what you want to do. It like adds like, 5 minutes to like the watch time, like, every episode, but
no. It's good though. It's good though to hear, like I said, I got to work on the input.
Yeah, no, but and you don't have to be good at singing, but I learned how to like, sing a few openings and endings, and I do it, I sing it in the shower because it helps me, because like it builds my repetition, it builds my pronunciation, because like that's an important thing, like, but okay, never mind about that. This is like a cool little thing that I was doing when I was beginning. I know, like, you guys talk about, you're picking up on phrases, but for me, I think it's important, like with any language, you got to learn the alphabet first, because you need to know, like, what you're saying before you say it, because
you really do. This is why I definitely stay here. I do my flashcards. I haven't done it in about a week, so I'll be honest. I haven't like messed with the flashcards in about a week, but I need to get back to it, because it's a big help when it comes to pronunciation and making sure like you saying the words correctly and everything. It's big, not trying to necessarily, I'm more interested in speaking Japanese and learning how to read Japanese, but I think they kind of go hand in hand at some point. You got to learn how to read it in order to speak it,
And back when I was like a weeb in high school, I was trying to learn how to sing an anime opening, and I was trying to do it by like, I was doing it by like what I heard, and that was really hard, because like, I didn't know how to read it. But after I've learned how to read, like, the basic, this is like the basic alphabet, hiragana, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this. It becomes easier because like, at least what the syllable sounds like, so you're like, when you're reading, it's easier.
Exactly.
And for me, when I was like, training, when I got that, I would just do that quiz until I could get it down in like 1 minute, I would just like do it over and over again, because like that, it just builds up your alphabet. And then there's also a
it really
one.
does. I had like the Anki decks. To me, I don't know if you've used those, but the Anki decks, that makes it so much easier for me, because you could just spend about a half hour, going through the spaced repetition where it's like, okay, we'll show you this, and then like we'll show it again to you in about a minute, and then okay, if you got it, we'll show it to you again in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a half hour, 1 day, 2 days. And if you spend time with that, you will get good at least recognizing what those symbols are and what those words mean. But like I said, it's the input. It's hearing the words and understanding what it is that I'm hearing. That's the difficult part, man.
And that is difficult. So, I guess like my challenge to you, like for the next AX, and like, again, this is something that you try to do. It's not easy. I can't do it all the times. try to get to the front of the line so you can sit closer to like if they have a Japanese guest, because you know how sometimes when you're all the way far back, they have like this big screen for you to like watch them speak.
Oh
yeah. And I try to whenever I get the chance to sit close to them, you can see like their lip movement. When you can understand how they articulate. I feel like I don't know how to
feel like that helps.
It does, because like you're seeing them like do it in person rather than on a screen. I don't know what it's like when you're watching it on a screen versus like in person.
Okay.
And yeah, it's like if you can get like close to the front and not have to rely on the screen to like see them speak, I would do that, because like it also forces you, you don't have the subtitles, and sometimes I have to look back for it, but really like taking the training wheels off is like is like one of the big ones. Like when you get to that point, it just feels so good. Like I still have to watch with subtitles, but like sometimes like I'm just doing something or like texting someone, and I'm like, oh, I can still like understand what they're talking about. So like that,
I want to get to that point. I want to get to the point where I can just hear it and understand it, and I'm not thinking too hard about it. That's where I want to get to.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, we got Dragon Master Zero. Dropped 5 Derek the DA memberships. Thank you very much, Dragon Master Zero, for dropping that on Anime Nights. Okay? Thank you for dropping that on Anime Nights, man. That means a lot. Let me go ahead and give him some love. Appreciate you, Dragon Master Zero, because, look, without you, I'm telling you, man, Dragon Master has hooked up so many people, all right, for me in this chat. He has hooked up so many folks. Why can't I find? Oh, there it is. I'm like, why? Where's it at? Here it is. Sometimes those emojis be like fleeing from me. But yeah, thank you very much, Dragon Master Zero, for the love. I'm dropping your emoji right now. Guys, thank Dragon Master Zero. He just gave 5 people access to the DA's nightcap, along with all the emojis, along with all the member videos. Okay. And of course, a member video or member chat once a month. All right, Dragon Master Zero, you just made that possible. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and thank all of the new members that just joined. Here you go. All right, right now we about 20 minutes.
Bro.
Yeah. What are you expecting, man, for like the big winners, man? Who do you got? Let me see if I can find that. Hold up. Let me see. Anime awards. You don't get like the nominees or nothing?
Categories?
Oh, categories. There we go. All right, let's check it out. All right, categories. Who you got for anime of the year? All right. I think we probably did talk about this.
We went over it. This is really hard because like like you said, it's like 70% judges, 30% audience, and you don't know how the judges are skewed because like we saw solo leveling beat free run for some reason. So like it's like what are out of all of these, like I said, it's really, I hate doing this because like I don't want to be like those Oscar voters who don't watch everything, but I can only judge based on like what I've seen. I really want Taco Bee to win because I think like it was a really like good show, very self-contained. And I'm not saying everything else is bad, but I think like it'd be cool to see an original win rather than like another like big franchise or big name.
But you like the summer Hikaru died, right?
I still need to catch up on it, bro. That's the thing, DA. You watch all these anime and then like you maybe get like 1-2 episodes in, you're like, oh, I love it, but you have everything else to watch because like I got I saw the first episode at AX and then I got shipped back to the gulag, so I lost a lot of time, and now I'm just like catching up. But it's just like sometimes when it's on your backlog, you just think about like, man, I got to keep up with like the new stuff too to talk about it like every week. Something might happen, so it's like really hard to go back and like watch old stuff because of how much like they're putting out like every year. But that's another good one from what I've seen.
Yeah, I have a feeling that I would pick Gachi Akuda. I think Gachi Akuda is great. Oh, actually, you know what? I take it back. I
think that they might just give it to it. They might give it to it for the final season. I heard like the fans were campaigning for a bit, and again, like we don't know how much the fans skew it, but like again, it just depends on like what the tastes are of the judges, and we've seen some of them. But look, I don't care what the politics are. I just want you to like watch and judge like every, you know, category with like, you know, just prejudice.
Yeah.
Like no prejudice. Like just like watch everything that's in the category you're voting for, and just like don't just be voting based off like, you know, oh, I think this one should win because I wanted to, you know, like.
So then we get to film of the year.
Chainsaw Man.
And I think I've seen the only one. Well, okay, never mind. I was about to say I've seen all of these, but I didn't see Scarlet, and I haven't seen the Roads of Versailles. But
yeah,
the other 4 I've seen those.
I've seen 4 out of 6. I've seen Scarlet, Demon Slayer, 100 Meters, Chainsaw Man. Look, Chainsaw Man's winning. It's just a landslide, you know.
It should.
I want 100 Meters to win because I think for me, I love the Chainsaw Man movie. I feel like 100 Meters, it was so good because it was self-contained. You didn't need a entry in the franchise. You know, you can just watch it for what it is.
Yeah.
And it can like, it's a really good human story. It's a really good sports story. I want that. I know it's not going to win, but that would be my pick. You know, it's like,
I wouldn't be mad at 100 Meters at all if it won. I thought 100 Meters was definitely one of the better story. I was surprised it did not get any kind of other acknowledgments from the Oscars or anything like that. It is such a good movie, man. It is really good.
Those guys will, dude. I think like we talked about, those guys can't handle like admitting that like anime's just like outside of like Studio Ghibli, because I feel like, you know, that's art house enough for like the Oscars. Like they just can't admit that, you know, a popular like, you know, film, like it's just torching them.
Yeah. Yep. All right. And then we get to best continuing series. I mean, it feels like My Hero should absolutely win, but you could say, I mean, it's the final season. Are you gonna let it not win? But if it wins best series, then it kind of opens the door. Like you're gonna have My Hero win 2. You know, maybe they had this off to One Piece. Maybe they handed off to Solo Leveling or Spy Family.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel like it might be a My Hero sweep, but like you said, we might be in for a surprise because like all these are like solid, you know. One Piece, you know, it's been going on. Solo Leveling season 2, I know like so much anime has come out, it's kind of fallen out of like the cultural zeitgeist. But like, I know that it was crashing servers when it came out. Come on, like Spy Family is really consistent. Spy Family, you know, it's a really good like, you know, slice of life, you know, has a bit of action. Dandadan season 2, it's not for some people, you know, but I think once Dandadan gets going, it gets going, you know. Kaiju 8, I still need to watch it again. I don't know if your boys are back on it. I was waiting for them to watch it so I could watch it with them, but I heard the season 2 is pretty good.
Season 2 is excellent. Yeah, I don't know why they stopped. I think I don't know what happened. They haven't watched it, so I should probably, hey man, go review season 2. They reviewed season 1 with the anticipation of watching season 2, but they just, I don't know, never got around to it.
Yeah, I think.
But Kaiju 8 season 2 is good.
That was around the time when your son got busy, so like, you know, it's understandable. But and it's like I said, it's really hard to revisit stuff because of how much is going on. But you know, it'd be nice if like, you know, you're like the boys like revisited some like older like series, because I think there's some absolutely like reaction worthy series that even if it's not coming out right now, like it's good to like go back and like look at some of that stuff.
I agree. I absolutely agree with you, man. All right, let's see. We got best new series. So I've only seen 2 of these, Gachi Akuta and Sakamoto Days. Everybody says Cleaver Test is amazing. Never saw it. All right. You said Takopi's Original Sin is really good.
Yeah, it's
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now you're good, DA. And you know, sorry for going on a tangent, but like, you know, that's another thing. Like, you know, when you learn Japanese, like you gotta like it's a really crazy thing because when you have to like, you know, when you switch your brain to Japanese, because like the way we pronounce things versus how they pronounce is like super different. So it's just like dealing with that switch is like, you know, it's like, how do you read this?
Gotta turn that switch on.
It's in English, but it's like, it's because, you know, I'll give an example. You know, in English we say ego, but when I'm listening to like the Blue Lock, you know, they're speaking Japanese, they say ego, because like that's the way they write it.
That's the way they say it, right?
Exactly. So it's just like, you know, and I don't know how people feel about this. You know, you might call me a weeb for this, but like for me, like if they have a Japanese title in like the English one, I just still try to read it in Japanese because like you know, it trains your brain for that. But you know, I understand like also like trying to switch it for English. That's also a thing. Like, you know, yeah.
Mike said that Taco P is a rough watch,
bro. It's
Dan
good,
to
but
Dan
it
is
hurts.
funny.
Yeah, I think I would give it to Gachi Akuda. I think that's gonna win if I'm predicting it. But again, I want Taco P to win because it. But yeah, I think Gachi Akuda, Gachi Akuta.
I think Gachi Akuda got it. I think they do. We got best original anime. Apocalypse Hotel, Digimon, Lazarus, Mobile Suit Gundam,
G-Clux.
Moonrise, Zenshu. Lazarus was trash. Utter trash. I had all the hopes in the world for Lazarus. It was terrible.
Bro.
All right.
This is
and then outside of that, I haven't watched any of the others.
Yeah, this is one of the categories where it's really hard for any of us to call it because we haven't seen much of it. Brandon said really, really good. G-Clux, that was the only thing I've seen from this list. That thing is doing crazy in Japan. It's winning like every award, but I know the English like reaction to it was kind of mixed. So, and again, it's just like I think this is probably like this is really hard to vote on because like if you don't know what you're watching, like it's hard to vote. So like I don't want to just cast a vote for the sake of, but I've only seen
we'll see who wins. You know, we don't know. We'll just have to wait and see if they, you know, when they get there, who won the night. Best animation.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, all of these have great ones. And man, I mean, Solo Leveling, to me, the animation in Solo Leveling is off the charts. They did a really, really, really good fights. You know, the end fight with the Ant King. Man, that was amazing animation. So,
you know, I
mean, but Dan to Dan was also really, really good. Gachi Akuda is so unique.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because of recency bias, My Hero might win because, like, I think out of all of these, it was like the most recent one to come out. I know One Piece like airs like every week, but it had a little break. Yeah, and I think that's how a lot of these awards feel like skewed towards is like what was like the most recent thing you've seen because like there's so much going on in our lives that even like you know you think about 1 year Solo Leveling like it came out like last year like it's really hard you know you can still remember if it stays in your mind you'll remember it but I think My Hero's gonna win it maybe Gachi Akuta. Because that's also
Gachi Akuda could honestly Gachi Akuda might be a sleeper. I know everybody's kind of talking around it, but I feel like Gachi Akuda is one of the better anime that we've gotten in the last like couple of years, and it's getting her nominated for everything. But people are kind of saying, "Yeah, but you know, My Hero, but you like that's how everybody's talking about it." And I'm like, bro, I don't know, man. This is a really, really good, like,
and
show.
I would say like Don and Taco P, they have really good animation too. It's just like not you because when you think about animation, like you know, are they grading it based on like oh, are the fight scenes cool, or like you know, is it really dynamic, or is it like based on like you know what's going on the screen? Because like I think Don season 2, and again, I haven't finished it yet, but and Taco P, they have really like unique animation for like what they're trying to do, and I think it works for the story. But, you know, you wonder what they're going to grade on. Like, oh, they're going like, oh, this is a crazy fight scene. It has impact frames. It has like, you know those things, that thing they do in anime when they're fighting and like those like blocks, like, you know, show up. I'm like, you know, that's a crazy thing that people love. But so it's just like, you know, I feel like Taco P and Don, they might just get outclassed in that department because there's not as much going on with their animation compared to like everything else.
It's their big time standouts. You're right about that. Yep. All right, next up, we got Best Character Design.
Oh,
I think Gachi Akuda got this one. Without seeing any of the other ones, like My Dress Up Darling, I know that's one of Brandon's favorites. The Apothecary Diaries, that one's kind of overrated. I'll be honest with you. I felt like that was kind of overrated. I think Gachi Akuda is probably the cream of the crop when it comes to character design. What do you think?
I think... You know, we're talking. This is another case like with the previous one. Like, you know, is it gonna get outclassed because of like you know, because art style it fits a specific need. Like Gachi Akuda has very like you know a specific art style because like they're fighting. They need like you know they need to be dynamic. It needs to like you know look good. Whereas like, you know, all these other shows, like, you know, you look on like the left row, Dandadan has some action, but like they also have more slow moments. My Dress Up Darling, Taco Piece, like their art style works because they're not doing as much. So I wonder if like that's gonna weigh against them because like, you know, it's such a specific art style for like, you know,
maybe
what they're yeah. So I think Gachi Akuda might take it because like they have some pretty unique like character designs. Like, you know, I saw some like cool stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Like, did they just give it to One Piece because it's like iconic, or?
Yeah, I mean, well, look, One Piece should have already won this award several years ago, Crunchyroll. So if you just now giving it to One Piece, shame on you. But I feel like Gachi Akuda, the design is so unique. All the characters are so different than anything that we've ever seen, which is the same you could say for some of these others. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just a Gachi Akuda fan, and I just wanted to win because I love that. I love that series very much. All right, best director.
Oh, they're probably gonna give it. They're probably gonna give it to the My Hero Kenji Nagasaki. He knows action.
Okay.
My first before he worked on My Hero, he did like build fighters for Gundam, and that was like a really really good. Like they had some crazy fights in that one, so I think like they just might give it to him. But like I said, it's like, you know, all these directors are excellent for like what they're doing with their series. Like Taco P, like that director, he knew what he was doing, bro. Like he like all the shots, you know, like what he was trying to convey with like each scene. I think like that really worked. But again, it's like what is going to be the grading criteria? Like, are they grading off like, you know, frantic, fast paced, like dynamic action, or like are they going to be grading like, you know, are they going to be taking like, you know, okay, this scene is like, you know, this anime is slower, it doesn't have like crazy fights, you know, but like
good point.
Yeah, and like that's the thing like with all like, you know, the judges and like you don't know what their thought process is. You don't know like how much of like this do they know? Like, are they just voting based off of like, you know, emotion, passion, or like do they know the technical aspects of like, okay, this is what good directing looks like. This is what
you
good,
really
like,
you really don't know until you know, like sit down and watch what they voted on, right?
Yeah,
that's a good point. All right, best background art. Look, I've never paid attention to background art before like 2018, but then ever since Demon Slayer came out, that's all I look at, man. It seems like background art is such a big part now of anime. It's just like, okay, how does the background work? It looks great, man. And some of these, I've seen Gachi Akuda, I've seen the Apothecary Diaries, and Dan to Dan. If I had to pick one of those three, I would still go with Gachi Akuda. I think the world building and the way it looks is phenomenal.
Yeah, this one again, like I think I would give it to Summer Hikaru Died. From what I've seen the first episode, they really took inspiration. Like they went on site in Japan, and that was a hard thing, you know, during the COVID when anime was being made, they couldn't go on site, but like now they're trying to like go back and do on site stuff. Like this was set in Japan. And I heard like they really they tried to go to the countryside and like, you know, try to nail it down. So yeah, I don't know. Like you said, like we don't know if there's gonna be a popularity contest or if they're actually grading on, and we haven't seen any of this. So like, you know, I don't know how good City Eddy Animation's background art is. I don't know how good like Kowloon Generic Romance is. So
yeah.
But yeah, DA, you talk with the audience for a few minutes. I'm gonna take a bathroom break before we
Yeah, man. Hit the bathroom, man.
Yeah.
Hit the bathroom.
All right, I'll be right back.
And
See
bring
ya.
it back. Yep, we're about we almost there, man. Look, we're closing in. Hold on. Let's just go home right now. What's the countdown looking like? We got 3 minutes left. So from here on out, we've been talking about the awards, who's going to win, you know, what our picks are for the early ones. Yeah, let's just go ahead and we'll get ready for it. All right. Crunchyroll Anime Awards. Is it on anything else other than Crunchyroll? Because I don't want to pull up the screen. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm pretty sure they're gonna ding me if I pull up the actual award ceremony, just like with the Oscars, they're gonna rip it down, and then that's gonna be that. So I'll be watching it in a separate window. Let's put it that way. If they have it up, where's it at? I guess they're waiting for it to go live because it's not live yet. All it says is just save the date. 5 p.m. Japanese time, which is 1 a.m. my time, Pacific Standard. You're probably going to get strike for sharing that. Look, bro, that's what I'm saying, man. These guys are clowns. I probably would get strike, JW Jimbei. What's up, man? I probably will get strike for just sharing the fucking clock. It's just like, what are you doing? You sharing a clock? Copyright. Yeah, it just says like down here, all it says is, you know, tune in to the live show May 23rd. So
all
whatever.
right, I got it, boys. The AMC popcorn for the stream.
What?
Bro.
wait, which bucket is that?
Bro, this is the large, bro. I have the popcorn pass, so it just costs me like $5.50 every time I go. I'm absolutely committing robbery.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
it's $30 a year, but because I buy so much popcorn, I don't do it every time. But like for movies that I am especially excited for, or like I know I buy the popcorn because like, you know, it's good. It's good. I want to have a good time. So
I haven't bought popcorn at a movie theater probably in like 10 years.
Bro,
I just don't like popcorn.
Bro,
I'm not a popcorn fan.
Bro, they love me at AMC, bro. Every time they see me pull up, they know they're getting that $5 out of me, bro. But yeah, is the stream about to start, or like, did they have the link yet or not? Like,
I don't know, man. Like I was saying while you stepped away, like this is all we got. But I'm not going to pull it up on the screen because I don't want to watch it.
Oh, you just want to see.
So what I'll do is I'll share it. If you need to watch it, I'll share it with you on a separate StreamYard. That's how I did it with the. Yeah. So let's see what happens after this thing counts down, because I don't know where it's going to be.
Yeah.
It just says, you know, how to participate, but it doesn't give me the. Yeah. So we got to see. But yeah, I'll share it with you on a separate stream, and then we'll just hang out and watch it. All right, that's sick. That's it.
All right, where are they?
Now what? Now what? Crunchyroll? Nothing.
Have you tried refreshing the page? Oh, you're doing that right now? All right.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Whack.
Bro,
do they have a YouTube channel?
I'm pretty sure they do. Hold up, let me look it up. Bro, this is another thing about Crunchyroll. Like, you know, they want to be bigger than they want to be as big as Netflix, but like they're not putting the work in. Like, come on, like people are trying to watch this. Like, you know, just link it, bro. It's just like, where is it?
Yeah, they ain't got nothing going on.
Oh, it's on their channel, and they're still on the scheduled. You know how like sometimes your stream is like, even though it's like time, like they haven't aired it yet.
It's on their YouTube channel.
Let me send it to you in the. This was the one I'm looking at when I typed in the search bar.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I don't have to share it. You can just watch it.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, this is all it's showing right here, guys. All right. This is it. Oh, there it is. There it is. All right, hold on. Let me get it out of here.
Bro, could you share it? Because like I feel like if I open it on my PC, it's gonna blow up, bro. The potato can't handle 2 streams at once. Because I have the chat up for your stream, and then like I can't. If I open up another one, I think it's just gonna overload.
So wait, what do you want me to do?
Could you just stream it on the StreamYard, please? If you're okay with that.
I don't know. I can send it to a StreamYard stream, but I don't want to get dinged by Crunchyroll because they'll burn the stream down.
Oh, that's true. Okay, I'll watch it. I'll watch it then. I just won't have the. It might be hard having voice on because like I can probably set it lower so I can hear you, but like I don't know. They're just gonna. Let's just hope they're not saying something important. I mean, but what we know about award shows, they just talk, you know, throw in a little joke here and there. It doesn't land. It just like, you know, they clap for courtesy and then like they move on, you know.
That's the lame ass people you was talking about.
Yeah. Okay, look, no hate. No, I'm gonna say this, no hate to them, but like whenever I see them at panels, I know they're trying to do their job, but like they try to artificially create hype, and I just don't.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, they're saying like, you know, cheer for this, cheer for that. It's just like I don't know how I feel about it, and like also like sometimes like, and this is why my friend has a problem with this. He hates this in the JJK panel, for example. Like they keep trying to like interrupt when the actor's about to say something interesting or go into like a tangent about like, you know, what was the process like, what was the work like, and we're talking about Japanese voice actors that they flew down. They'll cut in and be like, oh yeah, this is streaming on Crunchyroll. Go watch it right now. JJK's in the theater. Go watch it right now. Like, and they're like the conversations go absolutely nowhere because like the questions are so like, you know, they're on a tight schedule. I understand that, but like the fact that they keep ad dropping, I'm like, bro, like everyone at that panel waited in line because they're a JJK fan. Like you don't have to plug anything to them. They've probably already seen it. Like, why would I wait 2-3 hours in a line for you to just tell me, oh yeah, bro, go watch JJK?
By the way, guys, I just linked the stream, the Crunchyroll Anime Awards, in case you're looking for it. I just dropped it in the chat, so you guys can click on that and you can watch Crunchyroll on one side and Name and the DA on the other side. Who is this chick they got in there right now? What is she doing? What is she doing?
I don't know, bro.
Who is that?
I think it's an influencer.
She's an influencer?
Yeah. Seems like it. Okay, sorry to cut in, but why are they... No, I hate that they're trying to be like the Oscars and the Met Gala, bro. Like, just... Bro, you have a unique opportunity to showcase cool stuff. Like, what?
They want to be... Nope.
I have a quick question. You can't hear the audio coming through from like, you know, my side, right? Because I'm watching
I can't hear
right
nothing. No, you good.
All right. But yeah, it's just like, dude, I don't, maybe it's just me. I don't like this pretentious stuff. Like, you know, oh, I'm dressed so pretty. You know, it's just like, I understand, like, you know, they put a lot of thought in like their dress, but like, I'd rather them like talk about, you know, anime and like all that stuff, you know,
Fact. Well, she was talking about what's my favorite anime. She just got through saying that.
Yeah.
But I don't care. She don't seem like somebody that actually watches anime. I could be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, like we said, I don't like throwing stones at people because like everyone's got to start somewhere. But
right.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of these events, like it's so artificial. Like, you know, you don't really get into like anime like that. Like it's just a lot of like pop. They just hit a lot of talking points.
All right. They're starting it out. Best character design.
Oh, here we go.
I guess it's the first award. Hold on. Who wins? Got you.
Should we place bets?
She pronounced it completely wrong.
Actually, she pronounced it right.
So
bro.
wait. They don't have a live crowd? What is this?
Bro, what is that venue? What? Dude, okay. I know before they had like, you know, the guests, the nominees, like, you know, seated at tables and stuff, like last stream, but like, what is this stream? Like, I'm not, dude, this seems like so like, what is it, staged? Like you said, there's no one, bro. I don't see anyone. Like,
this is terrible. What is she saying?
Bro. Bro, what is...
Wait, who are these two dudes?
They're like a Japanese comedy duo.
Oh, a comedy duo.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're probably there to like, I don't know, tell jokes or like, you know, ease in like the crowd, but I don't know. It's like you have a mix of like international influencers and you have a mix of like Japanese is like, you know, what do they want to do? Like I feel like their focus is split.
How do you? I don't understand this. Why isn't there a crowd here? Why isn't there an audience here to watch this thing? These guys are just rolling out there. They couldn't get nobody to go to have an actual audience.
Yeah. I mean, and this brings up the
like
question.
I said, I've never watched it. I've only watched like replays of this. Is this the way it always is?
Is it like this feels like it's artificial hype? You know what I mean? It's like they advertise it as this like big thing, and then like now, I don't want to say it. I know like they said it's streaming live, but it feels pre-recorded. Like this feels like we're watching a replay of like
all of this feels exactly.
Because they have the cuts, they have like, you know, like you said, yeah, there's like empty buildings. Like it feels like, you know, they're rehearsing. Like, okay, you go up, no, you go up. It's like,
yeah, man, Crunchyroll, y'all got to do better than this, man. This is terrible. Like all of that hullabaloo, hey man, go online, vote, all that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, I'm thinking it's gonna be like the People's Choice Awards. And they're hosting it in Japan, which is a good thing. But I mean, if this is all you doing, you should have just had this in America. If you can't get a crowd there, who is this dude?
I don't know, man. But okay, I'll respect his anime. He's listing up some like cool bangers, bro. Like, you know,
this is terrible.
Man, do we just end the stream here, bro? Like, and just wait for the results?
We stayed up this late, man. Let's watch. Let's see how. Maybe it's only gonna be like, okay, best opening sequence. I would say Dan to Dan, probably. Oh, Reawaker, yeah, that's Solo 11, right?
Mm-hmm.
We Awaken. Yeah, I would say that one's probably the winner. I didn't hate Dan to Dan, but yeah, Reawaken was better. It is Dan to Dan. Okay. This is trash, bro. Who are they? This is a terrible award ceremony.
Oh, okay. Yeah, DA. Okay, we give the Oscars and like all those pretentious award show shit, but at least they have the courtesy of showing us the audience, like, you know, fake clapping. Like, bro,
they
this
don't
is
even
so
have an
dry.
audience there. They getting drugged in the chat, man. The chat is dragging them. This is so boring, man.
Yeah,
look, I think you're right, man. This is stupid.
I know why they got all those influencers. It feels like an influencer showcase rather than like an anime showcase. You know, like they're trying to like bring like popular people or like, you know, people from like certain spaces in. Because like, look, no offense, I don't know a lot of these people. So it's just like, and you're here for the anime and like, you know, the creatives and all that. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know who, like, how these people are relevant. Like, I know they're anime fans.
I don't know who this chick is. I don't know who this dude is. I'm here for like you said, I'm here for the anime, and I don't know who these people are, and I don't really care who these people are. I was here for the anime and seeing what they was going to do for awards. I thought there would be presentations and crowds, and like, there's nobody here.
Yeah, and
where are they?
And I know, like, you know, we were clowning on earlier, but I'd rather listen to, like, victory speeches from, like, you know, the winners rather than like this, bro. Like, where's like the speech, you know, like, They just kind of like announce the winner and then they move on. It's like, you know.
Yeah. Let's get a speech. Let's hear what the winners have to say. None of that. None of that. This is terrible. Like, you want it to be the Oscars of anime, but they clearly don't have a clue what they're doing, man.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
Bro,
all right, yo,
cut their budget or something? Like,
I don't know, man. Look, I'm ready to call it. It's 1 a.m. I'm ready to call it, bro. This is 1 o'clock in the morning. And I did not stay up at 1 o'clock in the morning for this weak ass bullshit. There's nothing here, man. These guys are like, this thing is, this is lame, man.
Bro.
What I kind of want to see what the anime of the year is going to be, but it's like, I don't want to watch this trash.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you don't, it's just like, what's their of course, that's probably going to be last, you know, it's like.
Yeah, Budgie Cat, you're probably right, but I'm not going to risk it. It's too much funny business going on in YouTube these days.
Yeah.
I'm not risking it. It's way too much. Wow, man. This is a terrible award ceremony, man.
This is sad, bro. You know, for once, terrible, like, man. The one time I actually want to hear creatives talk about, you know, their craft, we don't get it. And then you get Oscars full of people saying, like, you know, Free Palestine, F ICE, you know, all that. The one time, like, we get a good opportunity to actually hear some art. We do.
Yeah. This is, man. Look, man. I'm tired. I'm gonna call it, bro.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call it, man. This is not what I expected. I thought we would get a full-fledged award ceremony, something along the lines of okay, we get speeches. They're just giving out awards. These could be people standing around in the lobby somewhere, just handing out awards. The winners aren't there, you know.
Yeah.
Like, why even do this at 1 a.m. in Japan? Like on our time. Like, why not just you could put this out at any time.
Dude, yeah, like you said, this feel like they're speeding through it. You can might as well like just make it a highlight reel, like you said. You only watch the highlights.
That's what I've always thought it was. Yeah, I didn't know it was because I always thought it was just okay, we're announcing awards because it's similar in a way to what they've done in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, you know, we got an award and somebody won an award or whatever. I thought, okay, they're going live, they're doing this countdown, they got, you know. They're surely gonna have nothing. This is trash.
All that hype, all that announcement for, like, you know, what is this, dude?
5:30 in Japan. They're not even watching in Japan. Japan probably don't care. This is for America, and they put it on at 1 a.m.
Bro, they probably on the way to work, bro. They're like, bro, I don't have time to watch this stream, bro. Like, I'm gonna clock into my depressing job, like.
What time? Wait, it's 5:30. No, they're going home. They coming home from work.
Oh yeah, but bro,
the must protect at all cost character. All right, so we got Anya, Izuki, Midoriya, Mao Mao, Suika, and Takobi. I would
Anya
probably say
win,
Anya.
Yeah, they're gonna get. I want Takobi to win. He deserves it if you've seen the anime, but
yeah, I haven't seen it, so. I would say Anya, but maybe that's, you know.
Bro, that's the thing, bro. They're not even building hype. They just announce the nominees, and the winner is like, bro, it's like, come on. It's like, there's no stock.
Yeah, it was Anya.
Oh, yeah. I'm a little
It was delayed, Anya that one.
So.
Man. All right, name. I'm about to cut loose, bro. I'm going to get some rest, man. This is stupid. This is stupid, man. I can't do this. Hey. Everybody, thanks for hanging out with us this long. Whoever's still here, all right. Oh, look, we dropped down to 40 folks. Yeah, I think we are about done. Everybody's like, man, go to bed, DA. Go to bed, name. Hey, thanks everybody for hanging out with us, man. I thought we would get to the full ceremony, but this ain't worth it. All right, this ain't worth my time or your time.
This is the equivalent of an anime doing like a recap or like a clip show episode, bro. It's just like they're just running it, bro. No,
I would agree. Yeah, without like speeches and anything from the winners, I really don't care. Yeah. But yeah, look, they could have had a Japanese guy in a pig outfit at least. They had that either, man. Hail to Mars, Monkey Mac, man.
Dude, who did they make this for? Like, it's not the Japanese audience, like, because they're speed running it. They're speaking in English. They would need like subtitles for them to like, you know, keep up.
Yeah.
And like the international audience, like they're mad too because it's like, dude, you're not letting us see speeches. You're not like, there's no hype buildup. You're just like one category next, like some like you know interactions thrown in. Like, who do you make this for? Like, I don't want to be mean. I don't know any of these influencers. I'm sorry. Like, how it's like, what was your criteria for picking them? Like, I know they love anime in some sort of way, but like, look, you know, for all of the shitting we do in Hollywood, they at least bring people that, for the most part, they've tried to bring people that you want to see.
That you know.
Exactly, yeah.
This is terrible. Well, Name, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out, everybody, on Anime Nights.
Should we text our group, say like, hey yo, don't pull up, bro. Just go.
Yeah, we're done. Yeah, you could send that message right now to the group chat. We good. This was stupid, and we're done. All right. Dude, we'll see. Maybe next week we'll talk about the winners and if they deserve to win or not. But this ceremony is trash. Okay. I'm surprised. Look, it's picking up more and more people. More and more people are watching this. Because we went from 8,000 watching. Now it's at 11,000. So they got 11,000 people watching this. It was at 8,000 earlier. So I guess people are checking in on it, but this is dumb.
Yeah, like you said, I wish there was more to talk about. Like we thought this was going to be like an anime All-Stars for better for worse, but like, bro, man, I'd rather just be full of pretentious speeches than this, bro. It's just like there's nothing burger, bro. It's so.
It says for tourists and shonen tards in the U.S. and Europe. JPX isn't even talking about it. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. All right, guys. Everybody have a good night, man, or good morning, wherever you're at, man. Look, I'm about to go to bed, get some rest, catch 40 Zs, and then we'll be back at it tomorrow. Catch you on the DA's office where we should be able to have some fun at least. All right, guys. Take care, and I will see y'all on the next one. Peace out.